how do I do all of this again? It feels like it's been years since we've done this. Come on. There we go. I think that's right. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to my studio. My name is Michael Markowski, and once again, we're going to recreate another painting by another one of my favorite artists. We're going to look at the work, once again, of Georgia O'Keeffe. And I think this is our maybe fifth episode of hers that we've done. And this one is arguably one of her most important pieces, certainly one of the most celebrated pieces she ever did, and marked really her the beginning of her most mature work. It occurred after a period where she had abandoned making art for about 3 or so years, and so it was kind of like the return to force of arguably one of the greatest artists of all time. So I'm really excited to try doing this one, and let's get right into it. So let's just look quickly at the plan for today's episode. We're going to talk about the scale of difficulty. That might give you an idea whether this is a painting you want to try or not. We'll talk briefly about materials supplied. We're going to do the image transfer, Imprimatura. We'll talk briefly about her biography. Again, I think I've done it pretty in-depth already. Then we're going to talk underpainting maybe, but mostly we're going to be in the background, foreground for the majority of the episode. I'm anticipating about 4.5 hours, I think 5. I think if I'm here for 7 hours, then something terrible has gone wrong. And if you watch the previous Georgia O'Keeffe episode we did, literally everything that could go wrong did go wrong. So let's hope things go a little smoother today. Okay, so also, if you want to support the channel with a small donation, $1, $5, $10, something like that, to help keep this program going, help pay off some of the equipment that I recently had to buy because things, after doing this for 4 years now, things start to wear out. They get a lot of use. So those of you that have been supporting the channel for years, I sincerely appreciate that. And so you can use the PayPal link there below. You can use you can also use the super chat here within YouTube, although YouTube takes a sizable percentage of whatever you donate, so PayPal is probably the best. You can do an e-transfer via email or send a letter or package in the mail. See, my email is on the Facebook group and my website. Both of those links are down below. And yeah, so I don't put it here because I already get enough crazy spam from Russian trolls over the years. So that extra little step, although it's a pain, is kind of required at this point. So let's move on here. There's Ran, and it says, "Hi everyone." Is that how you spell it? Ran? Right? Ran? There's Jean. Hi Jean. Or Jeannie. Jean, probably Jean. Ari is there. Hi, Ari. Very interesting composition. I wonder if there's meaning behind it. Just about probably, right? Okay, so let's begin by talking about the scale of difficulty. How difficult is this painting? Do I anticipate it being? Well, you'll see here, I've put it in the more difficult section of the drop box. I'm saying probably intermediate. I think it's somewhere between novice and advanced, depending on how much time you want to spend on it. But intermediate is, someone who's watched a few of these episodes, tried a few of these paintings, is feeling like they're starting to kind of get it. Novice is like, you maybe started with me last month, you've done maybe one painting, you've done the color wheel, and you're still kind of not quite sure what I mean when I talk about warm and cool colors, so, but you could certainly try it. You could follow all my steps. It just might feel a little complicated, right? An advanced artist, I think, should be able to do this painting no problem, for sure. And again, this isn't a reflection on the work itself and the quality of it. I'm not saying that Georgia O'Keeffe was an intermediate artist. I truly think she was one of the greatest artists of all time. That's why we're featuring her as part of the Master Study series. Rand says, hey, yeah, I'm Yassine, and I watched your beginner course and I improved very fast. Thanks, your baby is very cute. Oh, thank you. Awesome. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm glad that you're finding the drawing course helpful. And if you ever decide to do painting, all these episodes are, of course, archived, and you would find their knowledge of drawing, or I guess it could be the painting course that you've found helpful, but often people say the beginner course, they're talking about the drawing. But I think if you know a little bit about drawing, painting becomes a lot easier, even if you're using the templates. And so I'd appreciate you tuning in to share that. I appreciate that. And yes, our daughter just turned 5 years old on, well, I guess last Wednesday, and she is bigger, heavier, and faster than it seems like every day. So let's talk about what materials would be required for a painting like this, or to really do any of the paintings as part of this series. Now, I did a full episode that's like an hour and a half talking in depth about this, but there is a link down below in the description for you can print off the materials list and take it to an art supply store and find all the things you need. It's all in there. But this is just a quick little review so that, you can see, maybe if you don't have a printer nearby or you're on your phone or something, this might be helpful for you. I always suggest have clothes that can get paint on them, some, rags, an old sock or sweater that you've cut into pieces in order to clean up the inevitable spills that happen. So in terms of paint, what we're going to be using here is what's called a split primary palette. That means 2 reds, 2 yellows, 2 blues, plus white. You can buy black, but we're going to mix our own black with this painting. And here's the recipe for that. And again, we'll talk about that in depth when we get to it. The split primary palette is really helpful because it emphasizes color temperature. And knowing that there are warm colors and cool colors is really important. Not just for helping you mix colors, but learning where to put those colors in your painting. Warm colors appear to advance, cool colors appear to recede. So when you're making a painting, or let's say you're looking at something in front of you, the easiest thing to ask yourself is like, where is it? Is it far away or is it close to me? If it's far away, I'm going to use my cool colors. If it's closer to me, I'm going to use warmer colors. Right? And so that can be really helpful. Now, the brand of paint that I'm going to be using is this Amsterdam paint. Not sponsored, not paid, not given a single penny of free supplies, no vacations to Hawaii or Thailand or any fun place to celebrate. This show is entirely supported by people like yourself. So, that's, again, why donations are really appreciated. Now, these Amsterdam paints are great. They're certainly, I think they're the best bang for the buck. The cheapest paint, but it's also the highest quality cheap paint you can get. Professional artists will use it no problem as well. But if you really want to spend some money and get some really good supplies, the Golden would probably be one of your best bets. But they are about for about the same price as this. Well, you can't get one the same. So this is about $17 for 250 milliliters in Canadian dollars. In Golden, you get one half the size for $25. So it's about twice as much for half the paint, maybe even a little bit less. I'm going to flip through a whole bunch of these other paints here. Again, you can take screenshots or download the PDF in the template in order to help get started. But these would be my recommendations for paints for all of these different brands. So if you have maybe a couple of them, you could go to your store and buy the rest to match these sets. And again, you'll notice there's no green or purple or orange. It's because we can mix all those colors ourselves, as well as all of the different types of browns and blacks. The only colors that we can't make with this type of system is your fluorescent colors, like extremely saturated colors. There's Deborah in the chat. Hi, Deborah. And so there's going to be a few colors here right towards the end that I don't recommend because they, in fact, maybe I'm going to move this Mary's paint because there's a few people posted to the Facebook group, which if I haven't mentioned that before, was having some difficulty with paint and just noticing, looking at them in the photos, like, wow, there's a lot of white in those colors. Same with Fevicryl. So these two brands, this one out of Toronto and Peebo, which is a global multinational brand, both of these, and so I'd say these last four are paints that I really can't recommend. There's just so much white that they've added as a filler, and every brand does that, almost without exception. It's just that some brands put a couple extra little scoops in there so that they can spread that paint a little bit further, and maybe charge a little bit less perhaps, or charge the same price but just sort of try to get away with it, which is what I especially think is egregious about Peebo, because this is a brand you can find at pretty much every art supply store in North America and Europe, and well, I won't, let's just leave it like that. I just wouldn't recommend it personally, at least for what we're doing here. For doing, yeah, okay. So let's move on to the first step here, which is the image transfer. And so we're going to get an image onto the canvas. Now you could sketch this image out, or you could download it from the Dropbox. So there's our original image, and here's the image you can download from the Dropbox. I did that outline on my on my iPad Pro using the Procreate app. Excuse me. And then I posted here onto the Dropbox. It's totally free. You don't have to sign in. You don't have to give me any information. You can do it totally anonymously and free. So you'll notice at the very top of this Dropbox, this is where I said you can download the buyer's guide for paint. These first maybe 100 folders, these are ones that are a little bit simpler paintings. Where are we? And then it starts, the ones that begin with 00, with alphabetized numbers. And then here's these ones, the next 250 folders or so are for a little bit more complex paintings. That's where I've put George O'Keeffe. Now, again, so yeah, this is our 6th George O'Keeffe episode. The other 2 are in another folder. A little bit of, I know it's terribly complicated and outdated. I just started doing these episodes at the beginning of the pandemic, and yeah, I'm still here 4 years later, and so I didn't expect to have to rethink my organizational method. But anyway, one of these days I'll do that. So here's the files. There's the original image and then 2 versions of the outlines. One's a JPEG, one's a PDF. Whatever is easier for you to download and print out at home. Sometimes it's easier to just view a JPEG on your computer screen, but sometimes people prefer to print the PDF. So trying to give as many resources out there for people so that they can get started. Ari says, you're an angel providing us all that education and content for free. Oh, thank you, Ari. Well, it's a big part of my mission in life is to help democratize art and make it more accessible for people around the world. Not everyone has access to the kind of art education I was so fortunate to have. I probably had one of the best art educations money could buy. And I'm super fortunate for that. Oh, look, there's a little spider crawling across the surface there. Hello, madame. Please be careful. Okay. Yeah, originally I was thinking, like, do I want to get my ruler out to see if this is crooked or not? Well, there's no horizon line in here. I mean, technically, there's this line that divides the ground between the horizon, but there's no straight line, so I don't have to worry about that being straight. I think straightish is good enough. Okay. So what I've done, I don't know where our little spider friend went, but let's see it on there anyway. Good tidings to you. So what I do is this I should have mentioned before. This is a 9x12 sized canvas board or canvas panel, and it usually comes wrapped in plastic. There's links for them in the description below. You can buy them from the dollar store. I buy these ones off of Amazon. There's a link for that. So they come out to about $2 a piece, which is twice the price of the $1 canvas at the dollar store. And then I take it, I gently sand it with some 100 grit sandpaper. See, I just stapled this to a piece of 2x4. And then I apply some white acrylic gesso over the surface, and then I let that dry overnight. In fact, this is the last one I have, and I was thinking maybe at the end of today's episode, I might just stick around for another like 20-30 minutes and gesso up another 40 or 50 of them so that you can just maybe see how that process. I've done that before many times, but you know, after you do 300 plus episodes, you go through a few canvases. So, and then after they're gessoed, I let it dry overnight, and then I gently sand it again with that 100 grit sandpaper, and I get a relatively smooth surface. Some artists will gesso and sand the surface 3, 4, 5 times to get a super smooth surface. I like it to be smooth, but it's okay if it's got a little bit of texture. I was going to say, I like it smooth, but I also like it a little bit rough. And then I thought, ooh, people are going to be like, oh, that's too much information, Michael. Okay. And then I just said it anyway, right? Okay. So I'm going to trace over this, and you'll already notice I did a poor job. I didn't get it exactly in the right, following the line. Sometimes I see people do this, especially when I teach in person, who might spend like 25 minutes doing this particular activity, and that's just way too long. Because what happens is when people spend that long, they get really obsessed with preserving these pencil lines and get afraid of covering them up. And they also get really obsessed with perfection because they think like, well, I got to stay in the lines. I got to do it all clean and perfect so it looks perfect. So it looks exactly like the way George O'Keeffe did it. Well, you know, George O'Keeffe, even if she was right here standing next to me painting, her painting would turn out differently than her original one and different than mine. Personally, I like to celebrate differences rather than to try to create, to conform to what's already exists. You know, I want to challenge myself, and so I would challenge you to not worry so much about doing perfect outlines or, you know, perfection in general, to be quite honest. I think is as many artists have said in the past that, well, that perfection is the enemy of art, in that most great artworks, just like most great scientific advancements, are often the result of mistakes. And when you think of it that way, a mistake is really only a mistake should you choose to see it that way. I think all of us, if we really think about it, can remember times in our lives where we did something wrong, we made a mistake, and it turned out maybe 5 minutes later or years later to be the best thing that ever happened to us. And you know, if you stay focused on that this is a terrible mistake, then you're never aware of when that mistake turns into a blessing. And, you know, just saying all that, that's one of the reasons why I really love art, is the life lessons that art teaches me. You know, if I try to stay open to the lesson that is being put forward, it's that's one of the reasons why painting, drawing, music, dance, all those things can be meditative experiences, because we learn a lot about ourselves, and if you let go, art can be a very relaxing experience. If you're obsessed with making it perfect, well then making art can be an extremely stressful experience. And I know if you're just starting out, art can feel really stressful while you're trying to get your bearings. But once you've sort of got a little bit of experience, I think it's really important to try to let go as much as possible. So you'll see that here I'm just flipping back up and forth, just seeing if I've got most of the lines that I need in here. Yeah, good enough, right? Okay. And there's Pascal. Happy accidents, no mistakes. I love it. I think at least once an episode we have to make a Bob Ross reference, right? I think I'm contractually obligated to do so. It's part of the drinking game that someone will eventually create based on these episodes. Even though I myself don't drink, but I'm sure if you did and played a drinking game along with these episodes, you'd be probably pretty looped by the end. Okay, so let's move forward here. Where's my next step? There we are. Okay. Step number, well, I don't know what step number this is, but the next step is the Imprimatura. And this is a technique that artists have used for, well, I'm not exactly sure how long, maybe somewhere 600-700 years in the West. And there's many, many reasons for doing an Imprimatura. And I've talked about this extensively in the past. But these, and there's the information on the screen there right now. These days, really one of the main reasons why I do an Imprimatura is part of my routine. It's a bit of a habit. And, you know, I do think that as artists, one should always be trying to question why and why you make certain decisions when it comes to art. But if you've got a routine that's working for you and you like it and it brings you joy and happiness, then I think by all means you should continue doing it. But there on the screen is kind of a whole bunch of reasons historically why artists have done it. The reason I was just I was just using this tool here to, maybe I should have shown that here, to squeeze out some of this extra paint. This is really helpful. It works fairly well on these kind of plastic tubes, but if you have metal or aluminum tubes of paint, this works amazing. You'll get every last drop of paint. There are other tools that I have around here. There's I think that one costs about $15 in art supply stores. The cheapest one is, I don't know where it is, but it's like a little piece of plastic with a little hole or slit in the middle, and you just slide it up here and just turn it, right? You can just also do it by hand, or do it on the edge of a table. Right, you just put it on the edge of the table and then just squeeze the paint and it goes down. Could be a little bit messy, just make sure that the cap doesn't all over your legs and your beautiful shag carpet or whatever, right? Okay, so I've got my paint on here. I'm gonna put, oh, that's a lot. Just about 40% water to paint. I've probably given different percentages every episode. So if you're like, hey, last time he said 20% water, and then the episode before he said 80% water, I don't know what to do. The truth is, it doesn't, I mean, I probably 50-50 is, you know, you probably don't want to go more than 50% water to acrylic. Just because you're, you know, just think you use water to clean your brushes, right? It's literally breaking down the glue, the bonds that hold the paint together and keep it on a surface. Now, so I generally discourage people from using water at any point in a painting. And so, obviously, the question that gets asked immediately is, well, then, if you don't think we should be using water, or at least don't encourage it, why are you doing it now, at the beginning of the painting of all times? Right? Isn't that just going to undermine the whole thing? Well, what we're doing here is more like staining the surface as opposed to painting the surface. Like, just think about if you've got an old desk and you've sanded it down and then you're going to stain the wood. You got a deck in your backyard or old shed, right? The idea of staining something is you're painting it, you're applying a substance, a color onto it, hoping that it soaks into the surface and probably to bring out some of, let's say, especially with wood, like the wood texture, the grain of the wood. As opposed to paint, as it's sort of generally seen as sits on top of a surface and covers or hides what's below it. So adding water to the paint here is just going to help it soak into that surface so that we get a really nice even coat. You can see I often will kind of just go back over in various different directions because I really want every fiber to be covered in some kind of color. You know, if you've watched this, you know, probably I would say there's very few other YouTube artists out there who show this technique, use this technique. But if you go to art school, or if you find some older videos by older artists, you're on the internet, you're going to see often they have something like this, or the canvas looks brown or brick red. And you're like, oh, well, okay. So, and that's the more traditional color that artists would use. I like this warm yellow personally. I just find it's a little bit brighter, and I just like a little bit higher saturated colors. So this is helpful in that sense. But yeah, the more like people like Rembrandt, all of the big masters of Western art would have done something like this at some point, because they would have learned how to do this. This was like step number one of making an important painting. And if you look closely at older paintings, you might even be able to see that initial Imprimatura on the, you know, between colors, or especially towards the edge of the canvas, or on the edge, on like literally the sides of the canvas. If you ever get an opportunity to see a really old painting outside of the frame, you might notice, oh, the front of the painting is black and red and blue, but on the sides I see all this brown. That's interesting. Well, that's your Imprimatura. Ari says, unfortunately, I'm not feeling too great, so I'll be going to sleep. I can't wait to see the painting. Have a great day. Good night, everyone. Awesome. Well, have a great night, Ari. Thanks for tuning in. Pascal says, me too, actually. Bad day, night, ciao. Okay. Hope everyone's doing well out there. And Yassine says, hi. Hi, Yassine. Nice to see you. Oh, maybe that's the same Yassine from earlier, but different YouTube or Google account, perhaps. Okay. So, let's transition here. Oh, did I get that? Okay, yes. Oh, well, there's someone earlier, maybe it's two different people, but someone earlier said they were Yassine. And I don't think there's a Yasmin in the chat here. Just maybe two Yassines. So, anyway, let's take a moment. We'll just talk briefly about Georgia O'Keeffe's biography. I have talked in 5 previous episodes about different aspects of her life. So, and in the previous episode, I talked pretty extensively about the skulls and bones in her work. So, really going to kind of keep this one pretty short. So, where should we go? Let's start with the Wikipedia. Just talking. So, Georgia O'Keeffe is born in 1887. In Wisconsin, passes away almost 100 years later at age 98 in Santa Fe, New Mexico. And, she lives all the way through to the mid-1980s. And I think that's really interesting because we tend to think of Georgia O'Keeffe as an artist who had her heyday in the 20s and 30s, but she lived another 50, 60 years past that point, and really up until the last maybe 5 to 10 years of her life was still a very active painter and very much involved in the art world. And what I also think is very interesting about her is really never at any point in her life did she really follow the dominant trends in the art world. And she was definitely an iconoclast and someone who had her own vision and just plowed straight ahead, despite all the other things going on in the world around her. And that, I think, is pretty tricky because definitely her work fell in and out of favor a number of times, and it wasn't till the late so she kind of fell out of the spotlight from about the mid 1940s until the 1970s. And really what brought her back into the public eye was the kind of new generation of young feminist artists who were searching for historical predecessors because if you look at any old art history textbook prior to 1970, you'd be hard-pressed to find a single female artist in the entire book. And so one might get the impression that that art is only made by men. I was actually just 20 minutes ago, before the episode began, listening to an interview with this author here, Katie Hessel, who wrote this book, and I actually just ordered it at my public library. But if you want to buy it, this sounds great, because I was like, oh, sounds like a really interesting book. The Story of Art Without Men. And her goal is to kind of, in a way, rewrite the history of art in a much more inclusive way. And one of the things I thought was absolutely brilliant, a little nugget that came out of that interview, that it was on PBS, American Public Broadcasting, her talking about it, was this idea that modern art, it really, depending on how you want to think about it, is sort of all about the increasing inclusion of alternative voices to the dominant old white men who basically controlled the narrative for thousands and thousands of years. I hadn't really heard of it put that way. We often think of modern art as being, there's all sorts of things that define what modern art is, from classical or more academic art of the past, whether that be the types of imagery, like incorporating, like, I mean, I could go on a rant about, okay, so some of the things that would define modern art from classical art would be the types of images that were painted, right? Mostly classic and academic art focused on illustrations from the Bible, portraits of kings and queens, depictions of famous historical events, often military battles and military conquests. That was sort of the main thing that artists aspired to. Modern art, we start seeing a much greater, much broader types of art were acceptable, which coincides with the growth of landscape art. Although that in Holland, the Netherlands, that began a couple hundred years earlier, because Holland was a Protestant-dominated country, and so was a little bit more into like the working classes and a less Baroque depiction of faith, the Christian faith. Other things modern art did was a transformation of art materials, and increasing, artists were less likely to mix their own paint and more likely to go to the store and buy pre-mixed paints. Often artists were going outside of the studio because now they could take those pre-mixed tubes of paint and go for a hike, go sit in a park and make a painting directly from life. Whereas previously that was, you might only be painting directly from life a person, but that's why you often didn't see any landscapes, because unless you could see it from your studio window while you're grinding your pigments, it's pretty hard to make a landscape painting like that. I could think of a dozen more examples, but long story short, one of the theses of her book here is this idea that modern art is really the reflection of women being given an opportunity and eventually a platform to paint subject matter that they identified with, as opposed to and not only and to be the artists themselves, really, as opposed to just the nude model who's posed for the old white dudes, right? And that also goes for a much more inclusive art world for people of color, for different cultures, different races, different genders, and sexualities. And even really age too, right? We think of, like, it's not uncommon today to see younger artists exhibiting and selling their work and achieving success. If you go back a couple hundred years, most of the time, because of the way that art was structured with a master and apprentice program, you would have to kind of slowly work your way up through the ranks until you were, till you would basically start your own studio and hire younger people that you would teach and train up. And so, really it wasn't until artists were maybe in their like late 30s, 40s, again, people would die, by, if you lived to 50, you were an old man, right? So the age is also another thing that is relatively new when it comes to to acceptance within the art world. Okay, so anyway, I find that really fascinating. I'm really looking forward to reading that book. What else do I want to say? Where should I go here? I think. So, well, maybe let's look at the painting itself. So this is actually if you were to go to the Brooklyn Museum of Art, where this painting resides currently, and so this painting is 30 by 36 inches, so it's, you know, it's about that big. It's not a huge painting, but it's not a small painting either. You know, it's basically 3 of these canvases side by side, essentially, right? If you were to see this painting, you can even actually write down here, is this the original frame? That's what the painting looks like on display, which often people are like, whoa, that is really weird. What's that all about? Well, this was a custom frame that Georgia O'Keeffe herself had made for this painting, which I think is also shows both her playful qualities, because even today, that's pretty strange. This is made out of, I think, like a tin or aluminum. It was handmade by a local craftsman in New Mexico, and which is also kind of a typical type of art that you often see kind of with so-called outsider art, is sort of using recycled materials, readily available materials, such as cans, metal from aluminum siding on houses, that kind of thing. So for her to use this material, hire a local craftsperson as opposed to the framers back in New York City where she was selling most of her work, who would put on a carefully gilded gold frame or something, I think that too. So again, not only is a kind of a playful and maybe even a little bit of a rebellious, anarchistic spirit, but I think also shows her, connecting with the local community and literally kind of including them into her own artwork in the same way that, like, you see this with like hip hop artists, rap artists who might be, really well known, and there's some like young kid that they bring in and they have them kind of guest featured in their song as a way of kind of bringing up that next generation. And so I feel like there's a little bit of that hip hop spirit in this Georgia O'Keeffe painting, where she's, literally not even just showing her work alongside somebody else, but bringing them directly in, surrounding her painting with that type of context. And especially when we think of when this painting was made, and that becomes even more important, I think, because at the period that she made this painting, she had, I think this was 1935, this is originally created, basically from late 1931, 1932 until 1934, she had completely abandoned making art for a number of reasons. And with chicken and the egg, what happened first? But she had a nervous breakdown, and it coincided with her. I don't know if she discovered if it was at that point she discovered the affairs that her husband Alfred Stieglitz had. They had a kind of agreement, open relationship kind of thing that I think probably he wanted, that she agreed to, that he certainly took full advantage of. But he was not very discreet about those relationships he was having on the side. And I think that was very upsetting to her, because she had really looked up to her husband Alfred Stieglitz. He was the one that really provided her with her first exhibition, and then when he was sort of outwardly flaunting this woman, bringing her to events where George O'Keeffe's friends were at, and people are whispering and talking. I think that was just a disaster waiting to happen, and doesn't really reflect very well on him, to be honest. Alfred Stieglitz, at the time, was one of the most important photographers, and really an early proponent of photography as a art medium that could be seen alongside painting and sculpture, as opposed to just some technical activity that, you know, that a hobbyist could have, that it could literally be an art form. And it was at his photography gallery in New York City where he first exhibited the works of George O'Keeffe. So this work occurs at, you know, it's one of the first paintings she makes in after that hiatus where she had stopped making art and was really in the depths, the lowest depths of her life. And she had made these types of skull paintings before. In fact, the previous episode we did, is that painting here? Well, let's just find. So this is the previous episode that we did just last week. And this is one of the last paintings she did before her nervous breakdown, and before she stopped making art for the next 3 years. And so she had been exploring this motif of skulls and bones that she had found while wandering the desert landscape in New Mexico. And but there is some I think major differences between these two works. So let's just kind of bring these up. So before her, maybe just it's worth just kind of mentioning here, you know, before from, like, you know, these are some of her early abstract paintings in 1918. I think her first exhibition, the drawings, are 1917. And so she just goes right in, creating these kind of gigantic paintings inspired by flowers. And, oops. That's, okay, so we'll talk about that in a moment, that little image, the nude image of George O'Keeffe there. But, so she's making all of these paintings inspired by flowers, and that really catapults her to her initial success. And however, what drives her crazy is that people cannot stop looking at these paintings and seeing feminine anatomy in them, and would constantly say, oh, these are not paintings of flowers, they're just subtly disguised, very sexual, abstract images. And she was just like, it's a flower. It's just a close-up of a flower. You know, check your head. You know, it's all these dirty thoughts people have. And part of it was because Alfred Stieglitz had been taking these photographs of George O'Keeffe, these nude photographs of her, with her consent. She would pose for them. But there's some disagreement as to what those photographs might have been used for. And I think she was quite surprised when he decided he wanted to exhibit those photographs. And she felt kind of like he had kind of, I mean, again, I don't know if there was a movie that was made about their relationship, and it sort of suggested that she walks into this gallery for his art show, and she sees all these nude photographs of herself and is just like totally embarrassed. I don't know if that was exactly how things occurred, or if he came to her and was like, I really want to show these are beautiful, and she was kind of reluctantly like, fine, okay, if that's what you want, okay, let's. But either way, it led to her entire work, her entire life's work being seen through this very sexual lens of the female body, and it just drove her absolutely crazy. I've talked, when we were painting some of these flower paintings, just talked about how I think her interest in photography, being married to a photographer, is far more likely the reason why she made these close-up paintings of flowers, because she saw that the camera made it very easy to get close-ups, details of things that people might not normally see. So I think they owe way more, or maybe all, to photography and little to nothing to do with human anatomy. But anyway, so these are the paintings she was doing at that particular stage. She starts doing some of these images, I guess, of paintings of, I think probably one of the reasons she starts painting these New York City skylines, cityscapes, is she's just like, okay, I don't want to talk about, my flowers and whether they're, referencing anatomy. So I'm going to make these paintings of skyscrapers. And wait for it, didn't take long for critics to associate them with male anatomy. These very upright, erect structures, right? So which is, so you can just imagine her mindset of like, are you kidding me? Here I am trying to kind of show you that, and then no matter what, people are going to read something dirty into these images. So I think, and it's funny because so many of her works, even these paintings that she begins making of these bones, and so there's a quote I wanted to share here. I had a longer one, but I couldn't find it before today's episode. But so she had been traveling back and forth between Texas, New Mexico, and New York for some time. She had taught for a period of time at what is now Texas A&M University in Texas, and had spent a substantial amount of time in the American Southwest. And when her husband was off with all these other women and she was sort of losing it, she went out west, where she was sort of totally separated from all of those things. And so she would, drive her little Ford Model A car through the desert and look for things to paint. And during the 1930s, you have, this is the Great Depression, right? And the Great Depression also perversely coincided with these terrible droughts that were happening across North America. And, a great, the Grapes of Wrath by John Steinbeck talks all about, a family trying to survive during the Great Depression and traveling across the United States, only to encounter, to try to get work picking fruit, only to encounter farms where, nothing is growing and the sand is blowing over the roots, and so everything is kind of, she encounters this sort of landscape that is in this terrible state of drought. I think she talks about, again, in one of these, I had this longer quote I couldn't find, but she talks about looking for flowers to paint. And during that time, there's no flowers, but she found all of these bones, these sun-bleached skulls of cows and rams, and she starts kind of collecting them. In fact, I think this is really interesting. Just recently, this went on auction. From one of her ram skulls that she collected on those sojourns around New Mexico and put into her car. Eventually, she brought most of those bones back to New York City, where she used them to make. She probably even, I think she might have painted today's painting in New York. I'm not exactly sure, but she brought a lot of these back with her. This one, what was the story? This one was given to her assistant. The artist Marilyn Toomer, who was a student who wrote to George O'Keeffe and was like, I'm a huge fan of your work, anything I can do to help out, and so they ended up having, becoming colleagues and had a correspondence. And Obviously, there was some gifts and exchange of art as well that went on between these two women, and that's why this one is on sale as opposed to being part of the George O'Keeffe Museum. Although I'm not sure who bought it. It's sold to somebody, but it's not in the George O'Keeffe. As far as I know, it's not in the George O'Keeffe Museum. It could be there now. I don't know, but I just think that it's kind of neat just to see this, the types of things that she encountered in the desert. And I think it's an objectively beautiful object, right? And I mean, it's just like the details in it. Again, most of this stuff would be kind of covered with fur and hair and skin and all that kind of stuff, but there's something about the way when it's bleached out like this, it becomes kind of like a little bit of an unfamiliar form. Like, we're used to seeing, images of human skulls around, and those have been featured in artwork for centuries. But, I think probably most of us, if you were walking through the desert, maybe if you saw the ram's horns, you'd be like, oh, that's probably a ram or something, right? But if you just saw that skull, you're like, I don't know, is that a horse? Is it a cow? A deer? Like, I don't know, right? So it is a little bit stranger to see and encounter, and I think that was probably something that attracted her to those images. Because as far as I know, she didn't paint human skulls. It was always these animal skulls and bones. And if anything, she starts painting more and more less recognizable bone forms. So obviously the ones that are most famous are these skulls, like the cow skull we did last week. But a lot of her other, I'm not sure, let me see if we can, let's, a lot of the other images in which she used bones are often very ambiguous as to like what part of the animal are they, or even are they bones at all. So I have to scroll down here for quite a while to see if I can dig some of these up. You can see again all of these from the 1920s, mostly these flower paintings. And oh, well, let me just scroll down through here. So you can see again some of the paintings. We're today's painting right up here, and it gives you context for some of the other paintings of this period. But yeah, okay, so here we go. And I see Sandra's in the chat, and Sandra just recreated a couple of these just recently too, because Sandra's also been going through a little bit of a George O'Keeffe fan phase. It was one of the reasons why I wanted to do these episodes, because I was watching what Sandra's doing. I'm like, I think everyone would love to be doing some of those kinds of paintings. But you could see that she starts doing increasingly these more ambiguous images that, if you hadn't been aware that she had been using bones or featuring artworks inspired by bones in her paintings, you might be like, well, I don't know what that is. It could be a seashell. It could just be a totally abstract image. But of course, people, once they had gotten in their heads that her work was symbolic of other things, and there were all these alternate meanings to her work, whether that be the flowers or the skyscrapers, they couldn't help themselves but see alternative meanings into the artwork she was making with bones. Of course, the association was that now she was just obsessed with death, that she couldn't, probably after this nervous breakdown and this discord with her husband, her philandering husband. She's, obsessed with dark imagery, and that's why she's focused on the bones. And she's just like, are you kidding me? And so she says here, I love this, the bones do not symbolize death to me. They are shapes that I enjoy. It never occurs to me that they have anything to do with death. They're very lively. They please me, and I have enjoyed them very much in relationship to the sky. As part of this longer quote, which I can't, of course, find right now, she talks. There's an extra little sentence or two there. She just talks about how she feels that. In fact, actually, that's what's missing here. This ... She talks how they feel more alive to her, paradoxically, than the real living animals from within which those bones naturally occur, right? In other words, the skull of the ram seems somehow more alive to her than the ram itself, which, what does that mean? She doesn't explain what that means, but what could that mean? Trying to wrap my head around. I mean, if you have an idea of what that she's hinting at or meaning there, you tell me. I think what does that mean? More alive than the animals themselves. I think maybe as we paint this painting, that might come to us. I wish I could, I want to copy and paste. I want to get the right quote, because I don't want to say that she says they're more alive. Maybe she shouldn't say it that, or just as alive. If we're going to debate this. Where's that quote? There's that. It's going to drive me crazy for the rest of this episode. I need to find that. Do you find that weird when you like find the quote, but then you look on a website and then you can't actually? I think this is the same. Okay. Well, I can't find her original full quote from here, apparently. Okay, sorry, I know that's not particularly interesting watching me search the internet, but I do feel like it's important to get her name or her. Okay, well, I guess I can't find it. If I ever edit these videos into something shorter, I'll dig it up and find it. Sandra says, I've done 20 plus Georgia O'Keeffe studies now. That's amazing. I love, that's really cool. I really like it when, whether it's something that was inspired out of these classes or your own research, when people, get obsessed about a subject matter or an artist or a theme, whatever it might be, a medium, a material, and, just have to see it through, got to investigate it, got to try it out and see what's there. That's what I would hope everyone would do after they kind of get a basic understanding of painting or drawing, is to be able to start finding their own teachers, whether that be masters like we've been featuring through these classes, or their own imagery, subject matter that they want to paint, right? That start following their own desires here. Yassine says, good night, everyone. I'm going to sleep. Have a great night. Okay. Yeah, so essentially she's going around picking up all of these bones, and, she I guess, so let's go back. I'm going to kind of bring this. Okay. So I think when she's saying, because I think I did find some part of that quote here that I'm sure I should have just mentioned off that maybe it was in this Brooklyn museum. Well, I think what she was, if I was to kind of project on this, and just based on what what I've read of her talking about this, which of course again I can't find at the moment, is she had talked about how she saw the desert as full of life, of just sort of vibrating with energy. Which is again very opposite to the way most people had saw her work, but even still see the desert as like a place of just this unforgiving climate. There's no water, barely anything can grow there. It's just the symbol of death and ruin. Like, no one wants to be stuck in the desert, right? I think people would, as much as they'd rather be in the stuck on a mountain where at least there's some snow that they can turn into water and drink, but the desert, you're screwed, right? So often people think of the desert as this just terrible environment, right, that nothing can live in. And yet she saw it as this, as almost like the personification of life, of renewal, that there was an energy. It was like being at the center of the earth, like this is where everything comes from and springs from. And I think it's, so in that way, what's interesting about Georgia O'Keeffe is just how she sort of inverts, especially with these works, our preconceived notions of what something is or can be, right? That her looking at this and being, death, this is life that I'm looking at. That it symbolizes this sort of eternal renewal, and that maybe painting this skull is, maybe the organism, or maybe the soul that inhabited it has ascended to heaven, or but that, as it dies, it's it's feeding other animals, its nutrients are going into the ground, and it's in the process of this eternal renewal, of bringing about new life. And I think it's just super fascinating. She's one of those persons that, I don't know if you've ever been around people, like I had the great fortune, as I said, when I was in college, of of taking classes with really great teachers who would, talk about a book or a painting in a way that would just like, whoa, I can't believe you see that. Like, okay, yeah, that's totally there, but that's, wow. Like, I remember I took a class with a great teacher of mine. It was a horror film class, and I thought, okay, this is gonna be a really easy class. I can take. It was a summer class, kind of be fun and silly, and it ended up being just like blowing my mind because I was not a horror film fan. I watched, when I was a teenager, with kids, friends, we'd have order pizza and watch a Friday the 13th or something. But I was never like a fan of them, and I'm still not a big fan of horror movies. I don't really make a point of watching them or going to see them in the theaters. But just watching this teacher we would sometimes watch I thought were kind of terrible movies, but afterwards would just start explaining maybe some of the ideas behind them and references, and I'd just be like, wow, that's wild. It never occurred to me that one might be able to see it that way. And I feel like George O'Keeffe would have been the kind of person who would have been that kind of great friend who, especially, if you had, like, the way I would to go back to what I was saying earlier about how a mistake could be a blessing, right? She'd be kind of the person I feel like you could go in and tell them, like, about this terrible thing that had just happened to you, and she would just totally flip it on its head and help you see the silver lining or the blessing in disguise in that moment, just because of the way that she would sort of think about things in the exact opposite way that everybody else did. I think great art and great artists, but really great art can do that, right? If we think about many of the paintings we've done, like, are not always, like Vincent van Gogh. You make a painting of his chair. I have that painting somewhere here. I mean, not the original, but, or Van Gogh made paintings of his shoes, his wooden clogs. And it's the kind of thing, like, if you were to tell somebody, make a painting of your chair at home, like, seriously? That sounds like the least interesting thing I could possibly make a painting of. Like, I mean, I got to find something really, inspired to make a painting of. Here's like Van Gogh. There's multiple paintings he did of shoes, right? And this is a time where he's kind of starving and is painting over the same paintings over and over and over again. And so I think it's it goes to show that, like, you can make a beautiful image out of something that's quote unquote ugly, or something that is unimportant, or that people overlook all the time. And that's again, like, that's why those, what would frustrate George O'Keeffe is, people would look at those skull paintings and be like, why would you make a painting of a skull? It's just like a dead animal. It has no use anymore. It's just like, throw it into the desert. Let it rot and fall away. Don't put it on your wall, and certainly don't make a painting of it. That's so ugly. It's so terrible. Why? How can you see anything but death in that painting? And yet, she's just like, are you out of your mind? Are you literally out of your mind? Do you see how beautiful and cool this is? Like, I could look at this all day long. It's more interesting than a bouquet of flowers. People are like, oh no, you're crazy, Georgia, right? So, anyway, I find her really inspiring in that sense. She'd be like I think Georgia O'Keeffe would have been a really fun person to go on a vacation with, right? She'd be the kind of person that you're driving along, and it's just like another, like, if you've done road trips across Canada, United States, there are long stretches that are like days of almost, you might say featureless landscapes that just stretch endlessly under the horizon. She'd be the person to be like, hey, pull over, look at this flower I saw over here, or, oh, look at those clouds, those are beautiful. And I think those kinds of people really make life way more interesting, right? Someone who's just looking for beauty in places where everyone else says there's nothing to see, right? Okay, so maybe I do want to let's just kind of go, one thing I've been trying, I want to get in the habit of just, I want to talk just briefly specifically about today's painting, and I think why it's so interesting, and I mean, not just for me, it's one of her most famous paintings, but what makes it, I think, such an important artwork. You know, if we just look at what's going on here, we have this desert landscape below, right? This is the kind of landscape she would have seen out her window in Taos, New Mexico, where she was living at the time. And then we have these big dark rain clouds kind of moving in or passing by, I'm not really sure. And then, of course, the ram's skull kind of floating in the air. It doesn't appear to be falling. It's just, it does not necessarily rising. It's just there, accompanied by this hollyhock flower, which is throughout art history has been kind of a symbol of innocence, of fertility, of rebirth. So, and I don't know if a hollyhock flower is native to the New Mexico landscape or not. But just sort of including those there, again, that might be her little subtle kind of hint of like, this flower, which is traditionally this symbol of life, I'm putting it right next to this skull, like, try to, you know, I'm trying to make that link for you people, because you can't seem to see anything else but, like, the most obvious things going on. But it is, you know, it's a very strange image. It's interesting that this kind of painting, you know, occurs right about the time where the surrealist painters are ascending into mainstream popularity. So the surrealists are kind of the group that, you know, Salvador Dali is most famously associated with, right? So let's just quickly look at surrealism. You know, you famously, like the Daly painting, The Persistence of Time, The Melting Clocks. You have Rene Magritte. We did 3 paintings by Rene Magritte. You know, these floating figures. Right here, this famous Magritte painting. And so the idea of surrealism is making images that look, you know, they're painted representationally or realistically, but what's going on in those paintings is kind of nonsensical, very strange. It is like an impossible, like physically impossible. And so her painting has many of those same sort of qualities, right? This floating skull in the middle of the air. You know, if someone had said this is actually a Rene Magritte painting, people are like, oh, that reminds me of his floating figures. I can see the connection there. But Georgia O'Keeffe, okay, now I gotta find that other quote of hers, because she, I love this quote. So she says, the floating placement of the skull has drawn comparisons to surrealism, but O'Keeffe asserted that the composition just sort of grew together, telling art historian Catherine Koo, I was in the surrealist show when I never even heard of surrealism. I'm not a joiner. I love that. I'm not a joiner, right? It shows her very determined individualism that, you know, yeah, maybe the people are making art similar to this, but I don't want to have anything to do with them. I don't want to have anything to do with anybody. I'm doing my own thing, and I don't really care what else is going on in the world outside of my work. So, I do think that perhaps you may not have painted a painting like this had it not been for surrealism. Probably during her kind of hiatus from art from 1931, late 1931 to 34, when she was not making art, that's really when surrealism is basically almost at its apex. So it would have been pretty hard if you were an artist to not be aware of surrealism and its growing popularity around the world. And so surrealism is making, like, the idea of just sort of painting a skull floating above the ground not such a shockingly weird, strange, insane kind of concept, because people are starting to kind of get normalized to those ideas that you could just put a bunch of weird things together in a painting and sign it, and people are like, okay, I don't like it, but it's not insane. We don't have to put that person into an asylum because they've done something crazy. It's just a little bit weird, right? So I think, if we think about the painting she had made before her nervous breakdown, which is this one, we once again, and again, this is the painting we made just last episode. We see this cow skull again, kind of floating in the air, bookended by these red stripes, right? And we were talking about how she saw this as her kind of contribution to the idea of the great American painting, in response to the idea of the great American book or novel. So, but this one, the background is kind of ambiguous. It's just kind of like this abstract thing, and so it could be just a blanket on a bed and the skull sitting on top of it, or on a coffee table. There's a kind of abstraction to it, versus today's painting is way more realistic or surrealistic, right? The background's not abstract like her earlier piece. It is like in the air, and it's, and even similarly, they're both painted with these warm colors, so it's almost as if they're on the same plane. It's not like this, to me anyway. It doesn't seem like, let's I'm going to bring up the image we're going to work from. To me, when I look at this, it doesn't necessarily seem like there's the ground way off in the distance and this skull floating kind of way far in front of it, like right in front of our face. It almost feels like the ground is there and the skull is there, making it like a monumentally huge skull, like maybe even coming up from behind or just a little bit in front, like a giant spaceship, descended from outer space that is, hovering over the mountains, right? Like it's the bottoms here of the bone are just barely managed to avoid scraping over the surface of the ground. And then that flower, the hollyhock, is also monumentally sized. I don't know if how she, again, we have no idea what she really intended, and like a lot of artists kind of wanted to kind of keep things a little bit ambiguous. Like, did she want to make it seem like there was this big skull and the distant background, or are they on the same plane, the same distance from the viewer? I mean, it does look like the skull might be a little bit ahead, but it doesn't feel to like, because she's using all of these quite warm colors in the ground below, and so that, when we talk about warm and cool colors, she could have given us the impression that those hills were further back. She's obviously a super skilled artist. So I find it's the kind of painting that stimulates more questions than it answers, right? It's the kind of thing that leaves you kind of thinking, what am I looking at? What's going on here? And as opposed to maybe some of her other paintings where I think people would, just like, oh, okay, that's this or that's that. It's actually a symbol of this or that. These become, and I think that's why especially this painting, is so important and it's such a pivotal, because it's considered to be kind of her first major mature work, where that kind of easy reading that people had, even though there were misreadings of her work, became way more complex, where people couldn't just be like, see it as this thing and then dismiss it again, even if they were totally wrong. Here they're kind of like, I don't it's the kind of thing that people late at night, they're thinking, I'm like, what on earth did I see today? I can't get this thing out of my head. And I think great art, like great movies, great if you go for dinner someplace where you can't stop thinking about that, that salmon sashimi or whatever. My mind starts thinking, what am I going to eat after this? Where you're just like, oh, I want to go back to that restaurant so bad because it's so delicious, or I can't wait to listen to that song again. I'm going to listen to it 50 times in a row because it's exactly how I feel right now. I think this is the kind of painting that just gets into you, and it never fully leaves. It makes a big impact on you. Okay. Is it L or I says, started your drawing lessons 2 weeks ago from the COVID lives. Oh, how time flew. Great, I'm so glad that you're doing the drawing course. That's so cool. Deborah says, my grandkids are growing up so fast and do not need us. Rick and I are discovering ourselves again. That is beautiful. Well, and making amazing artworks too. Kimmy says, maybe the lack of life in the desert really emphasizes the life that is there. Oh, I wish I had read that earlier. What a great comment, Kimmy. Yeah, I would agree 100%. That's a wonderful comment. That's beautiful. I couldn't have said it better. I like that idea of, again, people look at the desert and don't see anything alive there, and then, but there is obviously stuff. There's little bugs, there's snakes, there are rabbits, there's other animals that might not be so visible. So maybe it forces you to be more aware of things. It's like I remember years ago, I went up to the North Pole with the Royal Canadian Air Force as part of the War Artist program, and we went way off. There's a little Canadian Air Force base near the North Pole. We went way off the base, and where there's this Weather Canada installation, and I remember just sort of, I was looking for things to paint, and I'm trudging around the snow, and I found this little plant that was sticking out of the snow. Was actually fairly thin in places, and there was a little plant just popping up through the snow, and it was just sort of like, I remember taking pictures. I just blew I'm like, how on earth in the middle of winter is this thing growing here? And it's kind of the same thing, like that idea of like the North Pole landscape. I remember when I was about to go up there, the officer who was sort of in charge of the program was like, we've been joking in the office here, you're going to need to bring a lot of white with you. And I was like, oh, okay. I mean, I brought white, but I also brought all my other colors, and all the paintings I made are full of color because it's, yes, everything was covered in snow, but there's light reflecting off all that snow, creating these like rainbow effects, and it felt like a very, like there was, yeah, exactly what you said, like a lot of life, maybe more life than I really expected there. I remember driving around on the Arctic Ocean, right near the shore, where all of these the ice shards would kind of blow in onto the shore and create these wild kind of sculptures, and we were snowmobiling around them, and we did that for like almost every day for like a week. And the craziest thing is, every day the landscape changed because of the way that those ice shards are being forced ashore, and they all seem to be just neatly placed like dancers in a ballroom, and you could kind of just go in and around them. But it blew my mind because I remember I would tell people it's like going into a forest, but every day the trees have got up and moved and rearranged themselves. So in this environment that most people thought was like the least, you know, it is a very inhospitable place, but if it's alive, there's more movement happening there than there is in like a Brazilian rainforest or something. Anyway, let's move on. Okay. So let me take a... So you see, I said to myself, there's not much to talk about. We'll be able to talk about George O'Keeffe in like 5-10 minutes and we'll move on. An hour and 20 minutes later, here we are. Okay. So let's talk a little bit about underpainting, and do we want or need to do an underpainting? So underpainting is a type of, you know, art term that means different things to different people. Some people will talk about an art painting as sort of what I would consider to be like a first pass in a painting, like laying down broad colors, like a big gray here and some brown on the bottom, and kind of blocking shapes in. And certainly some artists did paint that way. Like often impressionist painters might just start painting directly onto a white canvas and just start drawing out and applying big, flat areas of color. The way that I tend to think of it in terms of the context of these episodes is kind of doing any kind of outlining in order to preserve details that we might be afraid of covering up as we go. And I think the way that I want to paint this particular image, I just want to do it a little bit differently than the previous skull painting by George O'Keeffe we did last week, in which I painted the entire background, and after I did that and was ready to move on, then I did the image transfer and then painted that over top. And so since I did that the previous episode, I want to do something different for today's episode, and I want to maybe do a little bit more of a traditional approach to painting here. So what I'm going to, let's get some paint on the palette. And what color should we do an underpainting with? You know, often I'll do kind of like a black underpainting so that it remains visible throughout the entire painting, because obviously black is usually the darkest color that you can get on your palette. Some blues can get pretty dark too. Well, let's look at the original again. Let's just see. Maybe did she do any sort of underpainting? I don't know. I think maybe I'll go for a brown, a dark brown. So, I mean, I could do black, but I think I'm going to reserve my black for a little bit later. So, does it matter if I do a cool or warm dark brown? Probably not. So, but I think I'm going to do a colder brown just for fun. Okay, so I'm going to take some of my cool red, cool yellow. Let's take a little bit more cool yellow. We're going to mix this together to make a cool orange. And I'm going to take some cool blue. That's going to make this like a really dark, almost grayish brown. And if you put in a high amount of that cool blue into this, you're going to get pretty darn close to mixing a black. It may even look a little bit grayish. I think that's good, though. That's probably good enough. Now I'm going to take a relatively small brush. I'm just going to use whatever paint remains on this brush here. Now I'm not going to outline this whole thing and do all the details. My main thing that I want to do here is I want to try to establish some edges so that when I'm painting the sky, I don't have to worry so much about painting over these lines. So that if I do paint over the lines, I'm hoping that I'm going to be able to see a little hint of where the original shapes were. And I think those of you that have been with me for a little while, have seen kind of this kind of thing in action and know how or why I'm doing it, but not necessarily everyone does. The majority of people who watch these episodes are not subscribers. So if you haven't subscribed already, and generally if you're not a subscriber, it might be one of the first times you're watching an episode, right? So again, that's why I know it can be kind of annoying for people to hear me repeat myself, especially towards the beginning of these episodes, but that's why I put the timestamps in, so when people watch it later on, they can just skip across all that. And I think I've mentioned before too, one of the things that I like about doing that is it's also a way for me to get into my own painting headspace. I can kind of orient myself. Okay, I think that's probably good enough. Again, there's lots of details I haven't done there. The flower. Maybe I'll try turning. I'm gonna mix the gray is gonna be our background. I might mix a green or something there. I'm gonna think about that. And while I do that, and the other thing too that I'm doing is generally when I'm painting, I try to avoid having. Well, I don't avoid, but depending on the kind of painting, I often will try not to have too much texture, I suppose. Right? Because if you got a lot of texture, it can make future layers a little bit tricky. Then you've got like this ghost layer of paint that it can be really hard to overcome or needs to be incorporated into the painting, right? That might contradict the shape. So I'm generally, unless it's something I really want to have texture, I try to avoid it. Whereas this is an instance where actually the texture can be your best friend, because if you cover up an area and the texture disappear, or the lines disappear, sometimes the texture can save you, because you can see the texture, the ridge of a brush stroke, as opposed to the color of the brush stroke. Okay. So I'm just going to take this same dirty brush and I'm just going to mix a green It's going to be a little bit of a darker brownish green, but that's okay. Just going to mix that together. Just going to use my same brush that I was just painting with. I'm not even going to bother cleaning them. And I think in just a few moments, when we start painting the background, I think it should become quite immediately apparent why I've been doing this. It takes a little bit of extra time, but I hope people realize there is a method to the madness, right? Okay. And also, just as right now, I'm just I'm cleaning the brushes I just finished painting with. I might need these colors later on, but rather than just sitting there on the table slowly drying and the brushes slowly getting ruined, I clean them. And so that does a few things. First of all, it saves the brushes from being ruined as the paint dries onto the bristles. But it also means that if I want to use this brush, it's going to be nice and dry within a matter of minutes, and I'll be ready to use it. And that, especially if you don't have a lot of brushes, occasionally cleaning your brushes, especially relatively soon after you've used them, it's a good idea. I mean, when I teach in person, I often see people with like 10 brushes just sitting there slowly drying. I think, like, you know, unless you got a lot of money and you're just happy buying new brushes every time you paint, those brushes are just, they're gonna last you a few months, and you're gonna have to go buy new ones. Whereas some of these brushes I've had for 4 years, and the only time my brushes stop being useful is when I literally paint so much that the abrasion of painting, they just start to kind of get rubbed right down to the metal part, the ferrule. So let's blow dry this really quickly, because there is some texture, which is, again, what I, in fact, let's just see if you can see any of that texture. Kind of hard to see, but you might be able to see a few little lumps here and there. Right? Anyway, that's just showing you that there is that texture. Okay, so one of the reasons, hope I could have blow dried a little bit longer. I'm just going to take my finger and go over here and deliberately try to smudge. See how that smudged there? That's not so important down here because this is all just going to be brown anyway. But I don't want that happening up here when I'm painting gray up there and I get a big smear of brown into my sky. It would be the end of the earth, but it just would be a little bit frustrating. Now that we've got our underpainting complete, or at least the way I consider underpainting for these episodes, let's work on the background. And so depending on how you want to think about that, the background could be just the sky, or it could be the sky and the hills below. And as I talked about in the, when I was just talking about the painting in general, in that chapter, today's painting, I said that the way I see it, the bottom of this painting, the hills, are basically on the same plane as the skull, right? They're both using very similar warm colors. In fact, I would go so far as to say that the hills feel warmer than the color in the horns up here. So I could even see an argument that the skull is further away than the hills. Again, it's different. It's weird because I feel like the tips of this, I don't know, I guess the nose or the jaw, that feels in front of the hills, but the horns, just in terms of warm and cool, they feel a little bit further back. I don't know. So that's one of the things. I think this painting deliberately is strange, and she's using colors like that to maybe create a bit of a slightly uneasy experience. Okay. Either way, we're going to work on the clouds to start. So let's mix a black. So we're going to take our, I guess I could just do that right here, right? Let's take our, make a substantial amount. We're going to take our cool yellow, cool blue, and warm red. And let's mix this up. I think it's also really important to really thoroughly mix your colors. Often when people do this, they mix for like 2 seconds. They're like, it still looks green. It's like, well, there's still, get that paint mixed in quite thoroughly. Now, in this case, it still does look green, but I don't think we need too much more of this red to pull that green. In fact, I might have put too much in there. It still needs a bit more. A little bit more blue, too. I think I'm pretty close. Does still look a little bit green. It's always also very hard when you've got like a really dark color like this to discern what the color is. So that's why we can use a little bit of white. In fact, this because it's the sky, we're going to use a substantial amount of white. So let's just take a little bit of our color. I'm going to mix it here. And that does still look a little bit greenish. So, I'm going to take this brown here. A bit more of a neutral gray. And so, you know, it took me a while here because it was like looking a little bit too green, so I put a bit more red in there. And I think what I realized is I kept kind of over... Okay. So for instance, to make a gray or black, what we do is we take our cool yellow, cool blue, and warm red. And if we've got equal mixture of that, they're going to cancel each other out in the middle. Another way to think about this is take your cool yellow and cool blue, mix a green, and mix it with the warm red right across. So we mix it with the cool red, we're going to get a brown, right? So we want that warm red is going to pull it. But what was happening is that color was just kept kind of bouncing around here. So what I did is I added that cool blue to pull that brown back into the center. Obviously you could just go and use black paint, but just for the purpose of these episodes, I particularly like using making my own black, just so you can see how that process works. Still looks a little bit greenish to me. I think I should have just left it. Now that looks... Anyway, it's going to be, I think, dark enough. Okay, so let's mix it with some white. So what I'm trying to do right now is mix basically a gray that's a little bit in between both the light and the dark, right? There's going to be some areas that are going to be almost white and some areas that are going to be much darker. So I just want to get kind of a medium mix, medium value here. I guess we'll have this lighter one, and then I'll add to it to darken it. Where should I mix the darker version? Let's do that here. Okay. What I'm going to do to start, almost a little bit like my underpainting, is I want to just sort of, I'm going to paint this, some of the cloud shapes in with this a little bit of a darker gray. Okay. One thing I want to point out, look at how this line here goes across, and then it kind of abruptly ends here. Now, I'm not sure, this might have just been when I was doing the outline, thinking like, that's odd. So I think I tried to add that line to kind of create a continuity behind here. One thing that, I mean, George O'Keeffe was one of the great artists, so she can get away with some of those discrepancies. But I would say what I would try to do is to try to have these stripes, striations continue as they go behind the skull. Otherwise it can look very disconcerting where like the lines don't match up and it can look like a mistake. I'm not saying George O'Keeffe made a mistake. I'm just saying that if you do what she did, you might look at it, or other people might look at yours and think you've done something wrong. And until you're as good as George O'Keeffe and able to kind of paint something like that and for it not to look a little bit weird, I would encourage you maybe to maybe just be try to just be mindful of those things, I guess I could say. Okay, so mostly what I'm going to do here is just sort of paint the sky in with one gray. This would be different than the way that she would have painted, because she's painting with oil paints. So she would have been able to paint this all in one go and mix the colors directly on the canvas. Acrylic, because it dries so much faster, I don't really have that opportunity. I mean, I did show in the previous episode one way to do it, which is to use lots of paint when you're painting, so that you can mix it directly onto the painting in real time. But that's pretty tricky to do. It's because you got to get the mixture, the thickness of paint just right. Otherwise, you end up kind of, you're frantically trying to mix the paint as it's drying. Whereas the method I want to sort of show today requires a little bit more time, but it's not nearly as sort of frantic And you'll see that as I'm painting, some of the lines that I painted just moments ago can kind of disappear a little bit. I'm kind of doing my best to keeping them relatively visible. Again, my goal is not to make a perfect painting here. So it might kind of look like I've just painted everything out, but you can still see maybe these like little puzzle piece shapes, and sometimes even just leaving a little bit of yellow in behind, or showing through, I mean. My main concern here is just trying to get everything relatively covered and avoiding any kind of glaring, hard transitions between colors. So there's kind of an overall softness. It's okay if there's, I mean, little bits like that. Like, that's about as extreme as I kind of want at this moment. I mean, if you were encountering some problems and you just like, I think you could probably just paint this all one solid gray and then pick up at the next step. So another thing that's really important to me is getting right up to the skull and even painting a little bit over top of those brown lines. That's why I painted them there, so I don't have to worry about going over top of them like I am. Right, I didn't do all that work for nothing, right? It's going to serve a lot. It's going to really make my life easier as we go forward here. Okay. I'm just going to go over in any places where there's just like big patches where I can really see a lot of yellow coming through. Obviously I painted the yellow because there's parts of it I really want in this painting. But any areas where it's too much, let's get rid of that. Okay. So I think that's what I wanted to accomplish right there. Just debating, do I want to clean this brush? Yeah, I think so. I think I'm gonna start moving down to a smaller brush next. Let's just get all the available paint off there. And, you know, the advantage of wiping your brush off onto a rag, like a towel like I have here, is it's going to mean I can paint for another like 4 or 5 hours with this little cup here, mug full of water. I don't need to clean my water every 5 minutes, 10 minutes. When I paint in person, I see people every few minutes are getting up, getting new water. Sometimes not even, the water's really not that dirty. But sometimes it really is, because they're just taking a brush full of paint, trying to clean it in there. And not only does it make the water just full of residue, and you really do need to clean it, but it can take like 5 minutes to clean your brush off, because there's just like, you know, it's there's so much paint that needs to get off that brush, when otherwise it just goes onto this rag. And you know, this towel that I've had here for maybe like 6-7 months, yeah, it's covered in paint. But I also rather this go into a landfill than like gallons and gallons of microplastics from my paint going down the sink and into the ocean. All right, that's just gonna kill a bunch of fish, or it gets eaten by fish, and then I eat that fish later on when I'm having my salmon sashimi, as you may recall me talking about that earlier. Okay, so is that good enough? I think so. I see a little bit of yellow coming through. I suspect when I blow dry this, there's a lot more yellow is going to start appearing through here. So rather than just, you know, let's just blow dry and do another layer. Okay, that looks like that's good enough for now. So the next step I'm going to do here is I'm going to take my glazing fluid, and I'm going to glaze some dark, well, yeah, let's go darker first. Yeah, let's do this right here. So this is my matte glazing fluid, or satin glazing liquid. I'm gonna let's take this gray that I for my lines. I'm gonna put this in here. The reason why I didn't put it there is I don't want it to be quite that dark just yet. I'm gonna kind of mix it into some of this lighter gray to start. So I'm gonna build to the darker areas rather than just go right there. And I've talked about this before. I remember when I was in art school, I had a teacher who kind of insisted you paint the lightest and darkest areas first, the extremes, and then work your way to the middle. I'm kind of the opposite. I like starting from the center and going outwards. I like starting with my middle value, which is what this gray is, and then darkening and then lightening. I can understand the reason why I think that teacher really was a big proponent of going to your brightest, your lightest color, like your white, and then painting, or starting with your black and then going to your, and then your white, and then all the middle values in between, is often people, if they start like I'm doing, they kind of just stay in the middle and they never really go to those extremes, and therefore their paintings look kind of flat. So I understand the wisdom behind that, and it certainly makes sense. And I did countless studies with them based on that methodology, but this is just the way that I like to work. Okay. Because I guess I know that I should get darker, so I do get darker later on. This is a little bit darker than I expected it to be. But that's okay. It just means I'm going to just doing exactly what my teacher wanted me. Not quite, but getting pretty close. So notice I go pretty quickly into blending. Because I want to do it before it starts drawing. So I'm kind of working in smaller little sections at a time. Might come back and darken that whole thing even more. Probably will. Go down here. I can't quite see. I've painted out that little ridge that was there, so because I can't see it, I'm going to paint what I can see first. Not sure what that is. Is that texture from... Could be. Don't worry if, like, what I just did there, I went a little bit too far. I'm going to go back in with some white anyway. This is not the finished thing here. Notice I'm not worried about getting it right now. Not at all. I also want to be very careful that I'm not over blending it, because then what often happens is as it dries, it'll just peel off previous layers of paint. So I'm just going pretty quick. That's also going to give it that look of clouds, of the kind of the way they kind of blend and swirl around together. Okay, once again, I can't. Okay, here's my. Let's start from the bottom here. We'll do the hill. Okay, let's just back that out a bit. Okay, there's the first stage there. So I'm gonna blow dry this in a moment, and then I'm gonna go maybe a few places. I'm gonna go back over and just I think I might want to darken this area. The reason I'm not gonna do it right now is, again, because this is mostly dry. If I start painting back over this, it's gonna peel back off. So I want to just be a little bit patient, blow dry it, and then put my second layer on top of it. Aaron says, "You're such a great teacher. I just took your color classes. They were the best I've come across." That's so sweet. Thanks for sharing that, Aaron. I really appreciate that. Wow. You know, I'm so glad that I can help other artists like yourself. You know, if that's why I'm doing this, because I think everybody deserves, has a right to be able to express themselves in whatever way possible. And for some people, that's singing or dancing or writing, poetry, whatever it might be. And for some people, it's painting. And if you don't have anybody to teach you how to paint, then perhaps the world doesn't misses out a great opportunity to hear a different voice, to see a different perspective on the world. And so, you know, I'm a huge believer in art education in public schools, private schools, even. That's why I'm advocate for STEAM as opposed to just STEM in schools. I don't know what if we call it that here in Canada, but when I taught down in the States, that was a very common term for science, technology. What does the E stand for in STEM? Science, technology. So say eurythmetics, like the eurythmics. What does the E in STEM stand for? Mathematics is the M. I think E in STEM is eurythmics. You have to study Annie Lennox in great depth. It's not entertainment. Engineering? Is that what it is? Engineering? I don't know. I think it should be eurythmics. I think that's... Or even better, again, eurythmetics. And I defy anybody to tell me different. So I'm going to try to hew as closely as possible to what this great master did. But as I paint, I think one of the pleasures of painting clouds is letting it get a little bit crazy. And allowing yourself to be a little bit wild. And otherwise clouds can, which I think are really fun to paint, can feel really really terrible experience. I think you want it to be a little bit chaotic. I think I might have extended this painting a little bit. So probably these edges are the outer edge of the painting. So I can really, you know, be a little bit, I can play a little fast and loose with the rules here. But that's a lighter edge. Probably want this to get a little bit darker. Again, you can see I'm trying to continue that cloud in behind the horn. She didn't do that, but I'm going to do it. And it's not that I'm trying to correct her so-called mistake, or what might appear to be me doing that. It's just that I have less confidence that I can pull that off than one of the greatest artists of all time could do. So it's one of those things that later on, if it's in my living room and I'm looking at it, it's going to drive me crazy. And at the end of the day, my painting's got to have to stand on its own. Okay, where else? I guess it could get a little bit darker. Something happening right. We'll put those so-called silver linings in. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's blow dry that. And then we're going to go even darker. Get some of those darker striations in. And probably start using even smaller brushes very soon. Okay, let's, now I'm going to take more of my black, I'm going to put that in here, mix that into this mixture. I could do like 3 or 4 levels of gray. Just for the sake of speed, I'm going to maybe push the boundary a little bit and just go a little bit darker more quickly. I'm going to put a little more glazing fluid in here. Remember, the more glazing fluid, the longer it's going to take to dry, because it's got a chemical that slows the drying time down, but the more transparent it becomes. So if you put a lot of glazing fluid in there, you might be like, I can't even see anything I'm painting. It just looks like I'm painting with clear paint. And it's going to take a while to dry. If you don't put enough in there, it's going to dry pretty quickly, and it might look too dark. And you might be like, I gotta like lighten that up a bit. What size of brush am I go here? So So I am starting to feel that my blending brush, it's starting to kind of get a little stiff and kind of sticky, a little gummy. So instead of trying to use that, I'm going to put that in my water. I'm going to let it soak just for a minute or two. And while that's soaking, rather than just trying to clean it right away, because I think there's enough. I really want to make sure I get all the paint out of it. I'm going to bring this up just a little bit higher because I just noticed mine's a little bit patchy under there. No, it's okay for right now. Also, when I'm blending, I want to try to be moving in kind of a little bit different directions so that I'm not, everything doesn't have like diagonal lines. In fact, I try to want to be mimicking the way that the cloud formation is, you know, the way that the clouds are the shape of the cloud. So I'm just putting a couple, I just noticed, you know, a little bit more of a shape there, so. So this is like, you know, if you're applying like blush on your cheeks, right? You take that soft brush and you'd kind of fade it out so you don't have big clown, like a big red clown circle on your cheek, right? I'm just softening out those edges. In fact, let's zoom in a bit here. Again, I'm painting right over top of my horns here, so I don't have like a little halo around there. Like I see this little ridge coming up here. Actually gonna make that a bit darker. Again, don't worry about overdoing it, because we're going to go back over with some white in a few minutes. And any place where we felt like, I went too far, well, we can rein it back in a little bit. Okay. You know what? I'm going to go start on this side. This little lines that I had here just seemed a little bit too cartoony, so I'm just trying to break them up, give them a little bit of slightly uneven. Right, because clouds are, there's all sorts of different levels of transparency throughout. If they look too even, they're going to look really cartoony, like cardboard cutouts or something, right? Come back down here. So really, I'm only kind of occasionally looking at the original. Once I kind of got the basic kind of composition here for the clouds, I'm just kind of doing my own thing. Not because again, not that, no disrespect to the great masters or O'Keeffe herself, but really painting clouds is like one of the most fun things I think you can do. And I don't want to deny myself that pleasure. And I also don't think you'll learn as much if you don't kind of take a few little liberties here with this painting. So here's an example right there where I've kind of overworked it enough, and rather than the paint staying where I'm trying to put it, it's kind of peeling up. Okay, so the only thing to do is just to let this dry, blow dry it, and then come back. Okay. Okay, so let's just want to pick up where I just left off down here. Okay, let's just see if I want to go any darker than this. Yeah, I guess I just need to do a little bit darker in a few places. Kind of right down here, maybe. And then I'm going to start lightening things up. Alright, so let's take a bit more black. That's a lot. Might be too much. But we'll put more glazing fluid. That's going to thin it out a bit anyway. Actually, I should blow dry this before I apply it. So one of the things I always learn, sometimes I get like all like, I want to just do it. And then inevitably, the painting always brings me back to earth and it's like, really? You thought you were going to be the one that was going to defy physics, Michael. You're just so special that you didn't need to blow dry this painting. Even though that's what you tell people to do, you thought you could get away with it, really? Oh, interesting. Yeah, don't think so. Smack! I'm like, oh, rude awakening. Okay, I'll listen to my own advice. Okay, well, whatever you say, Michael. Can you tell that I'm a dad? And deal with a child who love her to death, but you know, I think there's a little bit of a contrarian streak in there. Very, very independent girl, even at the tender age of 5, which I love. I totally want to encourage her to be super independent. That's also going to mean that she's not always going to do what I want her to do. And so hopefully one day she will appreciate that. It's one of the things that I'm grateful for my parents instilling a sense of curiosity and independence. And so I'm just chiseling this down a little bit. See, that's the thing right there. Painting is like, no, you're going to need to blow dry that, Michael. I'm not going to let you get away with it. Just for some advice. Yeah, let's think about it that way. It's like we're looking at her painting for some advice. And just like all advice, you can kind of take it or leave it. Now, I'm probably, when I lighten back over here, I might even come back. Actually, that's probably what I should do, is switch next to my lights and do my highlights. And then in some places, I will have to bring this dark value back over top. Just to delineate which shapes are in front or on top of one another here. Again, notice I'm not trying to do the whole row all the way across, all in one go. That's another mistake I see people make all the time. It's because that paint, even though it's got a chemical that's going to slow the drying time down, when you're painting glazes, you're usually doing relatively thin, meaning you're not putting a lot of paint on at any one moment. And so because it's very thin, it's going to start drying almost immediately. And the longer you go before you start blending it, the more likely it's going to bake those marks right into the surface. It's weird. It almost smells like nicotine or something. Like someone's smoking right next to my window. Even though my windows are closed. Well, if there's, it turns out, an assassin hiding behind a curtain here smoking a cigarette, maybe we'll capture it all on camera. And even though I won't survive, I'll probably make the channel a big hit. Anything for the views, eh? Lisa says, that background looks so good. Thank you, Lisa. Great to see you in the chat there. Hope you're doing well. This might be a little dark. I'm just going to lighten it up a bit here. You'll also notice the majority of the darkest areas converge towards the center of her painting. So as the things go outward, they kind of fade out a little bit, except maybe at the corners, but that's a whole other thing. Often you kind of want something there to pull people's attention back up into that area. But it's like an old painter's trick to just, you know, you should literally pointing, drawing our attention into the middle here. It's also going to serve as a pretty good contrast to the lighter colors of the bones, right? if this is all kind of gray and then we've got this kind of gray, the only way I'd be able to tell the difference is between kind of a little bit more of a brownish bone and the gray in behind. So which means we, you know, in our back pocket, we may want to reserve the right to come back and touch up the clouds to, depending on how we do the skull. We might be like, ah, the skull's a little bit too dark. Ah, well, I might have to lighten the background or darken the background even more to create a bit more of a distinction between those areas. So notice I don't want to go all the way around that cloud. I want to kind of keep some things a little bit lighter. Okay, so I think I've done most of this area here. So now I'm going to come in and really just wrap up around here. It's almost like, I kind of feel it's a little bit too similar all over the place. That's a little bit of concern I have. So I might, when I start adding some white back into this, go for kind of create a little bit more zones of difference. Or after I do some white, come back and darken even more a few places. Like you can see how much white I've got to put back up into certain places like that. Okay, just before I move on, anything striking me as there's a little boo-boo up here, so rather than trying to fix it, I'm going to Bob Ross happy accident it, right? Maybe that's okay. So I think that's good for right now. Ah, there's Nikki in the chat. Says, "Good night, master teacher." Is that what it says? heart kind of covering it. This interface. Ah! Nikki says, I'd like to thank you so much for the feedback you gave me on my last painting, which I made and posted in the group. It means a lot. Ah! Thank you so much, Nikki, for saying so. Well, you did all the hard work, so I certainly don't mind taking a little bit of time out of my day to congratulate you and support your effort and encourage you to do more of it. So it means a lot that there's anybody watching at all right now. Some of the people say, oh, your channel should have more views or more people should be watching. I get emails all the time, like literally at least once a day, from somebody trying to sell me SEO, search engine optimization, to help me with the channel, and I'm like, you know what? Maybe someday, but right now I'm just happy doing what I'm doing. I'm not interested in being the most famous, important person on earth. Just going slowly at my own pace, and I appreciate this, but if I'm making one person happy, helping one person, then I'm doing my what I need to be doing right now. So my thank you to you, Nikki, for making that art and continuing to help spread the power of art to your friends and community and family. Okay, you know what I should probably do here? I'm going to separate this into another intertitle. I'm almost done the background, and I'm just going to separate this into another little chapter, just because I want to go in with the white and lighten the clouds a little bit, because they're looking pretty dark. This looks like a pretty the rain is gonna fall, right? As Bob Dylan once said, hard rain is gonna fall. So let's come back with a little bit of some lighter gray, and that will also create more depth in the painting. If there's the more extreme the contrasts are, the more volume will be created. The more those shapes will take on three-dimensional characteristics. So let's bring up the original, and you can see, you know, up in the clouds. Oops, let's bring that back up. You can see I'm going to need to bring some white up into here, a little bit on the edges. Again, what she's doing is she's using those darker values in behind the skull, and that's going to make the skull pop, because these are much lighter colors. And yet when we go up into the horns get darker, and what does she do? She lightens the area behind the horns. So those extremes are going to create that effect where something is popping forward. Okay. So I'm just going to switch back to there. I don't have to do too much here. Just I'm going to take. Is this the color I was using before? I think this is it. Let's take this. I'm actually going to go more right into my white. Let's just take. I mean, again, I could do multiple layers of this. I think, you know. What did I do with my grays? I think this was like maybe 3 layers of gray. I'm probably going to do 2 layers. I might do this, and I might do one more of almost pure white, but in just very small areas. It's a little bit sticky. That paint had been sitting there for about an hour, so adding more glazing fluid is going to make it a little bit more fluid-like, but also, which makes it easier to paint with, but it's also going to make it more transparent, so that will just literally dilute whatever effect I have here. So yeah, I guess this brush is big enough for two. I don't want to be too big, because I want to. And that's good. I am just gonna soften this edge just a little bit. It's just gonna make it look a little bit less cartoony, right? The harder those edges are between the clouds, the more kind of odd of an effect it might have. So let's just go all the way. There we go. Okay. Oops, I was using my blending brush to paint with. Okay, let's just put that one in the water. Okay, let's come right on down here. So as I'm painting across, this kind of line of light gray is getting kind of thinner. It's tapering down. Right, so it's kind of starting kind of wider, and then by the end it's just barely just the tip of the brush there. I guess, well, I just realized I kind of did it quote-unquote wrong from what she did. This is almost all kind of this gray patch, but whatever. going to paint right over the tip of that mouth there. Just going to see the beak of the ram, but rams, as far as I know, don't have beaks. I could be wrong. I'm definitely wrong quite frequently, but I feel pretty certain about that. Okay, so we're going to go the opposite way here. We're going to start with, oops, with just a little bit of white as I go plop a big thing down there. Might be easier actually to start on the opposite side here instead, because I have all that paint on the brush, and that's why it kind of blobbed out a bit. Maybe let's zoom back out so you can see in the greater context of things. Not even going to do anything there. Gotta be careful about tweaking that too much before I let it dry a bit. In fact, yeah, let's do that. I'm gonna use the same color again, the same white, and just go over a few places, and then I might just do one more with just a little bit more white in there, almost full white, and then I think I should be able to move on from the background entirely. It's possible I might do a little bit of black outlining, but let's just see. Trap Gaming says it's 7:56. I guess that would be AM, right? So you're 12 and a half hours ahead. Okay, let's take our white again. You know, we might feel compelled to just go right to the white right now. This is close to white, but it's still, you know, if I paint this onto another piece of white, you know, it's still got, it's kind of quite gray. So I'm going to hold off for just yet. Because actually pure white would be a little bit jarring right now. We need another, this little step to get there. So again, I'm just now not even touching the skull. I kind of went there already, so I'm just doing my edges here. Oh, just after I say that, I'm going to touch the skull. Yeah. Man of contradictions. Say one thing and then do the other. Say one thing and then do the other. I don't know if that's a real song, but it should be my theme song. Okay, how's that? I like that. I feel like I need to come back in here with a medium gray. I'm just going to take the gray that's here. A little bit of that lighter color. There's a few areas where it's just a little bit patchy. So it's just some of this paint looked a little bit thin. Everything else looked like it had been kind of worked pretty well, but some areas just looked a little bit semi-transparent. So I'm going to bring them up to the same level as everything else. Partly that's because, you know, white is opaque, right? So if I use a lot of white, it's going to block things out underneath, but areas that are less white are going to look a little more transparent. So now that looks a little bit flat. I'm going to have to come back in. I'm like, ooh, what happened here? It's just, it's weird. Good. Let's keep going with the white one more time. In fact, I'm going to blow dry all of this. Let's blow dry that. Okay, so I'm going to take just pure white and glazing fluid. Again, I want to be careful not going off the board here, off the rail, so don't want to be kind of careful. It looks like, wow, this looks like white there already, but actual white is much brighter. And also, I don't want to paint it everywhere on these ridges, right? Because the light's going to be hitting it from just a couple, you know, from a certain angle, right? From one direction or so. So. Keeping this white kind of on the outer perimeter. Ah, sorry, I'm not on camera. How long was I not on camera for? Add that to the drinking game. So just wipe off that excess. You could use a rag, I just do it on my hand. Also find if I have a white rag and I do this, I don't really know how dirty it is. Where I wipe it on my skin, I'm like, oh, that's definitely still paint on there. Okay, I think I just want to go back really quickly with a little bit of maybe my, well, I'm not, I don't know if I want to go totally black or not. I won't go black because it's in the background. I don't want to put solid black there, but let's go to this slightly darker value again. Now, I didn't blow dry between applications because for the most part I'm not touching the same parts of the painting. When will I learn? So flat there. Okay, let's get take a bit more black. Just gotta move on here. Let's blow dry it before I do that. Okay, my darkest gray. So I should look at the original here just to check my work occasionally. Okay, I think I'm going to move on from the background here. So I'm just going to clean my brushes off and we'll move on to the ram's head and the hollyhock and the hills below. And I know some people will say, like, Michael, you spend too much time doing all those details in the background. It's not important. As I always say, though, like, you know, if the background is sloppy, it can really undermine and make whatever. You could spend all day long painting that skull, but if the background is poorly done, you know, it's just going to completely collapse. You know, it's like a house with a poor foundation. You know, that's really probably the last place you want to rush. Okie dokes. So, we've done, for all intents and purposes, with the background. It's possible I might do a little bit of a touch-up here or there later on as I get more of the skull painted in, and I might realize I need to darken or lighten in a particular area. But I think as far as I'm concerned right now, looking at it, I could spend another hour on that, but I think it's good enough to move on. In fact, you kind of don't want to overdo the sky. Anyway, we're going to move on to the ram's head, the skull, and the horns, the hollyhock, and the ground below. So the undulating hills of the New Mexico desert here. So, as I mentioned at the top of the class, when I was talking about this painting, one of the weird things about this, as far as I'm concerned, is that it appears to me as though both the skull and the horns and the ground, the hills are painted with warm colors, and that gives it this effect that they're on the same plane, right? Not airplane, but like dimensional plane. Like if we think of like a painting, like a window, and that you have these series of I don't know, I guess you could say like cardboard cutouts of different elements in behind it. It appears to me almost like the skull and the ground are on in the same distance from that window, right? The window being the surface of the painting, which is really strange. There's another reason besides that they're both painted with warmer colors, warm browns. In the hill, we also have some looks pretty much like black to me, or really, really dark brown. And the fact that there is that black there also pulls that color forward, or pushes it forward, whatever you think about it, right? And we know that when we use black, sits, like again, if it's a window, black is like a bug on the window, right? So if you're using black anywhere, it's going to pull it right up to the surface of the painting. So the fact that she's using those warm colors, the same warm colors, and the same amount of black in both places, creates a certain like spatial equivalency. They're spatially equivalent, and so the effect that gives me is it makes the ram's skull and horns, and as well as the hollyhock, it makes them look huge, like they are towering over the landscape, as opposed to just like somebody took them, threw them up in the air, and then took a picture of it. It would look very different. We would approach the hills in the background very differently. I would paint those with cool browns, and I would put a lot more white and gray in there, and certainly avoid putting any black down there. Okay, anyway, let's approach that. What do I want to do first? Doesn't really matter, I guess. I just want to get rid of the yellow maybe as quickly as possible. So I feel kind of like I want to maybe even start with the ground, paradoxically. So usually I kind of want to work my way top to down so I don't smear my hands, but I can always blow dry those things. So it's a very orangey brown, right? So let's see if we can mix that color. We got there's some black and things in this red. That's okay. Mixing my warm red and my warm yellow together. Must have been a bit of white in there. It's just gotten just a little bit, a slight tint to it somehow. I mean, we will do that, but it just, maybe I didn't clean I don't know what happened there. Let's put a little bit of glazing fluid. In fact, I'm going to put a bit more. To give a little bit more added transparency. Okay. In fact, you know what? I'm gonna rather than just settle for this, I'm gonna take just some warm red here right out of the tube. glazing fluid in there. I'm going to take a bit of this. I'm going to go right in here with this warm red. Because there's already this yellow down here. So I was gonna put a blue in that hill or in the sky. Just remembered that. I could still do it, but I think I'm just gonna move on. Maybe if I got time later, which always dangerous when I start saying that to myself. Okay, before the paint starts to dry, I want to just try to paint these brush strokes that reflect the direction of these hills, so I don't get brush strokes which are contradicting the shape of the hills. Right, like I applied the paint, got it on the canvas, but before I move on, like notice I'm doing this before I go all the way across. This is going to start to dry quicker than you expect. That's the blessing and the challenging nature of working with acrylics. Okay, so right now that is like, wow, that's a little bit too bright. It's okay. This is kind of the color I want underpinning things. And you know what? This color that I mixed previously, I think I'm going to use that just right now for, well, I'm going to use it, but I'm actually going to add a little bit of white. So, which white should I use? Let's actually use fairly close to white, because I want to kind of block out things potentially that are underneath it. So maybe you can use a bit more white. so I can see some of the texture of the paint underneath. I certainly can't see my original underpainting, but I can see the texture coming in. That's what I'm painting there. That gives me my bearings, my clue as to where I am. So I'm trying to get this shape right. I'm also trying to ensure I don't leave any gaps between the sky and the bones there. So we did one, let's do the other closer up. Not so concerned with getting like the exact shape and details in the tip of that horn at the moment. So, you know, I might have, the reason why I'm expanding this and it's looking a little bit wider than the original is because I didn't quite go right up to the edge here when I was putting that gray in. And so if I don't do that, there's going to be this weird little halo of lighter gray there. And while it would allow me to be, you know, almost exactly like this original shape, it's going to look weird. So, and I just always remember, you know, it's like, it's unlikely that I would want to hang this in my house with a color printout of the original right next to it for close comparison. I mean, I do that here, obviously, on the internet. But this painting's going to have to stand on its own, ultimately. And it's unlikely anyone, even if George O'Keeffe came into the house and saw this, that she'd be like, what is that weird little, why didn't you paint that, you know, all the way in? Why is there this little halo? Well, I was trying to paint it exactly like yours. She's like, oh, did I do that? Or is it mine? Let me see my original. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I guess it looks the same shape, but it looks funny. Why wouldn't you just paint it? And, well, I didn't want to do wrong by the master. She would say, well, but the painting doesn't look good. Well, I'm not sure she would exactly say all those things. She might be sitting there somewhere in another dimension cursing me out right now. Don't put words into my mouth, Michael. I will haunt you forever. I mean, I think what I speak for a lot of people who've been begging for a George O'Keeffe horror movie with the ghost of Georgia terrorizing people for the end till the end of time. Okay, I'm just gonna let all of that dry there, and let's tackle the skull. Now, the skull has got obviously a lot more white in it, so let's just add a bunch more white. I think I'm actually gonna put a lot of yellow in here. This is sort of like what I did, in the previous episode, is I kind of painted it a little bit more yellow under the surface, and then I glazed some white back over top of it. So I kind of like this bit of a peachy color. Since I've painted that underpainting, I can be pretty brazen with the subsequent layer of paint here and not have to worry so much about about painting out my lines. So, you know, as I said, like, if I did that work, I might as well take advantage of the fact that I did it. It's interesting, these eyes are not totally symmetrical. But that's okay. They don't have to be symmetrical. Remember, very few humans have symmetrical faces. And though I don't know a lot about animals, I would, you know, it would logically make sense that most animals don't have symmetrical faces either. I mean, it's entirely possible that she made a terrible mistake here, but I'll give her the benefit of the doubt. I'm such a gentleman, you know. Okay. Let's see. Just thinking about painting the hollyhock right now while I'm just in the midst of all of this. Just get rid of that yellow, or it in its, you know, the majority of it anyway. Have any white left up here? So taking my white. Well, I was going to say I could have done this when I was painting the white on the clouds. It would have made sense, but I still didn't know necessarily that until I was really done what I wanted to do here. Okay. And it, you know, it's also, one can only see so far ahead. I mean, I guess if you were a chess champion, chess is all about trying to anticipate the next move. I probably didn't need to put glazing fluid in here, but I did. So the trick is here is not to get impatient and blob this color on, or this white, I mean, just for the sake of trying to get it opaque as quickly as possible. You might say, well, it looks pretty thick right now, but I am going to try to blend this out. Just gonna use my finger. Some pretty strong edges down there on the bottom. So I'm gonna blow dry that, and I think I'm gonna come right back to this flower while I've still got white on my brush. And then I'm probably gonna go, well, we'll think, maybe back down to the ground. Again, it's preferable to do multiple thin layers than trying to get it all done in one go. I mean, they'll tell you the same thing when you're painting walls in your house. You know, when you're using that roller, you don't want to have a big glops on there. It's going to look, you're going to see all of that texture. Which, of course, maybe was what you want, but probably most people don't, especially if you're being hired to do it. I think I'm going to put a little glaze of blue in that sky before I continue here. I was thinking about it, and okay, I'm going to might as well just clean this. Take a little bit of glazing fluid. I'm going to take my cool blue. See, that's brighter than I was expecting. It's a little bit too much. So I'm just going to take some of this white, kind of grayish white, mix it into this blue. A little bit more glazing fluid. We'll see how subtle this is. I just had this kind of brainstorm that when I was looking at the original, like, I kind of, she didn't, it's not, the sky down here is not the same color. It's just a little bit, it's a bit more saturation than everything else, so. Again, I was anticipating doing this earlier before I painted my hills, but then I've totally spaced out and forgot to do it. And that's pretty subtle. It looks a little bit bolder on camera, because I've brightened up the saturation, and the camera's brightened up the ISO so that you can see, especially when I'm doing darker areas. So it might look a little bit more blue on camera than it does in person. So let's just back that back out again. Hey, it's good. Nice, just little subtle hint of color coming in there. It makes me think, do I want to do anything else? Like, the more I look at the sky, I'm like, well, I see some yellow maybe, and certainly some purple here, whereas my sky is just like a total gray. Right? And the more I look at hers, the more now I just start seeing more and more purple up there. I think I'm going to be okay just leaving it as it is, but it's just something to track. Because it's one of those things that, you know, I made a big deal about trying to mix just a solid gray, and it looked great up until right about now. And I'm like, wait a second, it doesn't look gray anymore at all. And that's probably because now that I've gone from that yellow to this kind of orangey reds here, all of a sudden it's creating, and especially with that blue, there's more contrast in those colors now. And yeah, anyway, I think that's okay. I'm just going to quickly blow dry this before moving on. Okay, I'm just going to quickly put a little bit more white, one more layer of white on here. Maybe, since I got this gray before it's all dried up, I'm just going to go back over this area on the bottom, down there. Just paint back over where I put some of that blue. just little things that I saw there that I was like, oh, I remember I wanted to fix that earlier. And, you know, normally I would just save it to the end, but I do have this paint that is starting to seize up, and I won't be able to use it probably by the end of the painting. So like if I'm gonna do it, let's do it right now. Or forever hold your peace. Remember I said it was gonna maybe 4.5 hour painting? I don't know why I continually try to predict how long a painting will be, because I don't think I've ever been right. It's been a couple weeks since I painted. My hand's a little sore. I'm a little bit out of shape. In more ways than one, right? Okay. I'm gonna move here to... Okay, now that I've got the foreground established, I've got the basic colors in place, I've blocked out back where the horns of the ram go. Let's start going in and really refining these details, because, you know, that's what we have to do next. So, let's bring up the original, and now, so, you know, when I first did this, I wasn't too concerned with mixing the right colors. I just wanted roughly some kind of browns and things in here, and some reds and oranges. But now I want to try to get more specific. So let's see, where should I start now? I might, I was thinking about doing the horns, but one thing I'm thinking about is, you know, if I'm going to start with more saturated colors, I might want to use those and then progressively add more white. Up here, I guess there are some browns that have little to no white right up here. So I think I might just sort of jump around. Let's mix that brown. Although that red, this kind of red. You know what? Let me start with my red. Sorry, I'm just trying to think through all of this. So this is red, and I want a bit more yellow in here. Not too. It's not like bright red. It's got a bit of an orangey red. And then I can use this same mixture to make my brown here shortly. Okay. So what's the best way to, let's zoom into it. In fact, I want to raise this hill. I got this blue, and it kind of looks like, well, what happens here? Does the clouds drop off? So I might actually bring that up higher. So I'm just gonna, let's just draw this line right across. So I have to get higher than that. So what should we say? We're gonna go here. And then let's bring this hill up higher. Feel better about that. Remember, the original painting is a little more square, so I've used Photoshop to extend the painting. So it's not necessarily exactly what she did here. So okay, this paint is going to be relatively transparent, as reds tend to be. There are a few places where I might want to keep a bit of the original transparency, or as transparent as it is at this moment. Particularly, I think, towards the bottom of the painting. Oops, you can't really see what I'm doing there. I think after this little layer, I'm probably going to go in with some dark brown and, well, let's just see. I like that as we kind of come down the hill, where it's off of the hills into the desert below, it's going to, we're going to be a little more transparency, a little more yellow coming through these colors. That's good. So now let's take some warm blue. I'm going to mix this in here. I'm just going to put it a little bit to start to transform this orange into a brown. Remember, orange or brown is just orange with blue in it, right? And the more blue we put in here, the darker it's going to get. How much, I'm just looking at the original, is there down here any, okay, there's a little bit of brown that is not modified with white. A bit of brown down there. A bit of brown on the edge. So a lot of this, the brown that she's using down here has white mixed into it, so I'm going to, you know what, I think I got to do this when I'm zoomed out here. It's too hard to see it as just one little area. Now, it's probably quite hard to see this on camera. I often find that browns and reds get kind of blown out on camera, and that's because I've increased those colors, brightened up them a little bit on camera so that I don't look quite so pale on camera. But sometimes has the effect of these areas, you know, looking, it's like a big blob.
Okay. That fixes it. Am I alive again? It's hard to tell. If anyone happens to still be watching after that major glitch out, please let me know if it's working. I just need to fix a little wiring here around the corner. Actually, just 1 second. Do that. People are still watching. I don't seem to be responding that it's working. Oh, Ken says we are back, but there is a reverb. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, yes, that makes sense.
Thank you, Kent. I really appreciate that. I would probably have just barreled forward. Okay. I'm just gotta fix something again on the other side, reboot one of these cameras. Okay, I think problem resolved, hopefully. That was, hasn't happened in a long time. But, which does make me anxious. If that streaming hub goes down, then I gotta get a whole new set of software to run these live streams. And that's like a $4,000 or $5,000 investment. So, okay, where were we? Let's pick up where we left off. There we go. Everything's all turned around here. Okay, that looks good. Okay. Where was it? We're doing the browns down here. So, let's make a darker brown. I'm gonna take more warm blue. And I'm gonna go with a smaller brush too. Maybe before I move on and continue on the ground down there, I want to take some of these same browns that I've just been using and put them into the horns and the skull. I was going to add more glazing fluid here, but I think I just need to get a little bit more blue. So I'm just making a couple different little mixtures of brown here. One that's a little bit lighter, one that's a little bit darker. Just adding a bit more red into some of these browns. Okay. Good. Oh, yeah, now, okay, now let's start putting a little bit of white in here. We're going to tint these browns a little bit. You know what, I think it probably, at this point, going to start using just almost exclusively much smaller brushes. Okay, you know, let's look at this painting. Paula, nice to see you in the chat there. Paula says, hi, Michael, would you mind doing group of 7 paintings? Well, Paula, we've done about 20 group of 7 paintings. All of those artists like Lauren Harris. We did every single one of the group of 7 members, all 9 or 10 of them. And I am doing for Culture Days here in Canada. Those videos have been the thumbnails for them, which you can click on to get notified. Those are happening at the end of September. So there will certainly be group of 7 paintings coming up. Yeah. Ken says, Michael, have you ever used brush pens? If so, would you ever consider doing a video lesson or series of lessons? Brush pens, like, do you mean like brush markers or acrylic paint pens that have brush tips? Because they're two different things. One is sort of like Copic markers, kind of. Where did where are my markers? I used to have them right there. There's those, and then there are like Posca pens. All of the ones I have are kind of like pen tipped, but you can get brush tipped Posca pens that are sort of like a brush pen. I'm not an expert on using markers, like marker brush pens. I'm not the best at that, so it would be hard to say that I would feel a little uncomfortable trying to teach that. Pratham says, hey, I hope you're doing well. I just want to say your 40 episode series on art tutorials for beginners is helping me a lot. Thank you. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. That makes me so excited. You know, again, if you've you consider joining the Facebook group, uploading your art there, sharing it with the group, and then I can talk about it in the next feedback episode, which will be, I think, about 3 weeks. There'll be another one coming down the pipeline. And I still talk about the drawings. People, you know, even though we did that drawing class almost 4 years ago now, I still give people feedback on their drawings. So if you want to participate in that, I happily do so. Oh, I was going to try to see if I could just find the logic of where the light is coming from. It does seem kind of from the... Well, I was going to say... That's hard. The more I look at this... Like, where is the... I was going to say from... Maybe the front, actually. Front left? I'm just looking at the ground, not the skull, because the skull also, I think, is fairly frontal lit. Interesting. Just thinking about where the shadows should be. Pratham says, oh, you're still doing that? That's so helpful. Yes, I'll join the Facebook group now. Thanks. Yeah, totally. Yeah, absolutely. It's still happening. Because, you know, when I did the live streams, there was maybe like 100 people watching each episode, and since there's been a couple 100,000 or 300,000-400,000, I don't know how many people have watched those episodes. I mean, the first few have over, I don't know, 500,000. So obviously people are still doing them, so I'm more than happy to help out people who are a little bit late to the session. I should just use a brush to blend. Ah, it's not on camera. Ah. Pratham says, just a quick question. I hope you don't mind answering. How long has it been since you started doing art? Because your art is so good. I hope to reach that level one day. Well, I'm in my mid-40s, and I was making art when I was really young. When I was a kid, I used to draw all the time. So I do have a, I had a bit of a head start on a lot of people, I suppose. But I don't think that should discourage anybody from, learning how to make art at the age I am now. I think I believe that painting, drawing are essential human skills as much as reading and writing and talking are. And so in that sense, it's never too late to learn. I mean, it'd be like saying, is it too late to learn to read? I don't think, people would be like, what, are you crazy? Of course it's not too late to learn to read. In fact, I think, if you're a little bit older, like not a child, like 5-6 years old, it might even be a little bit easier to learn because, especially if you're taking classes, you're not just trying to figure it out all on your own, which is what I kind of had to do when I was first starting out, like trying to, just sort of spending a lot of time doodling and drawing and not really knowing if I was doing it right, whereas if you're a little bit older, you can follow some lessons, and before you know it, you're going really good. I mean, I have in-person students. I teach at an art school, art university here in Vancouver, but I also teach at local community centers and high schools and things, and so I work with people of all different ages. Some people who are older than I am, who are just getting started, and or who've been painting with me and drawing with me for a few years, who are really doing exceptional, who were, you know, couldn't draw a circle or a stick figure just a few years ago. So it really just depends on how dedicated and committed you are, and how far you want to go. You know, if you're ambitious and you really want to do it, then you'll probably spend more time practicing, and you won't get discouraged or give up after just a few hours. You'll push yourself forward, and that's really how we grow, right? But yeah, I mean, obviously I've been doing it for a while, but I mean, I'll say since I started teaching these live streams, my ability has improved dramatically as well. So I'm not only teaching, but I'm also learning as well. You know, because before I was doing these, I would be working on my own art, but I'd be typically just, you know, I'd be practicing something I've been doing, you know, specific type of art over and over for a couple decades, 20 years. When I started doing these and started trying to, you know, teach other styles of art, whoo, that was tricky. Really, I mean, it's still really tricky. But, you know, if you go back and watch some of those early painting episodes, particularly, there's a few that I'm like, oh man, I'm going to redo some of those, because they did not turn out to my level of satisfaction, that's for sure. But I think the important thing is to keep moving forward, and not to kind of get all bummed out that it doesn't look like a masterpiece, and just be like, okay, well, just have to keep painting, keep going here, keep putting one foot in front of the other, and have faith that things are going to get better. Pratham says, thank you. That is so inspiring. Also, are you aware of AI art? If yes, what is your opinion on the entire topic? I personally hate it or laughing, LMAO, laughing my ass off. Also, sorry for too many questions. I don't mind questions. I mean, I'm a captive audience right now. And I'm happy to have some company. So I don't mind answering all the questions I'm capable of answering. This is just a little bit of warm yellow in here, brightening this up. My opinion of AI art, it's interesting. We're just starting the fall semester at the university I teach at, and so there was a big, quite contentious conversation in the big faculty meeting this morning. Some faculty are fiercely against it and think we should ban it and not let anybody use it, and I don't know. For me, it's sort of like the cat's out of the bag. I don't know. It's like, what are we gonna? I mean, so my personal opinion is artists have to learn to deal with it. It's the new reality, and and I think there's a lot of good things that can come out of AI art. It can really help people. Especially with the ideation process, getting ideas together. I mean, it's not what some of my colleagues want to hear. But I also think, like, you know, technology has always played a role in art. And artists have always had to contend with new things, whether that be, you know, the Impressionists being able to buy tubes of pre-mixed paint at an art supply store. At one point in time, that was considered to be like, that would just destroy art, because, you know, what if everybody can just go and buy paint from an art supply store? Well, you'll never have real art, will just die, because no one will know how to mix their own paint, and it's just, the quality of art is going to go, well, that was, 160, 200 years ago almost. And art seems to have magically survived the apocalypse, right? I mean, people said that photography was going to end art. Because if you can take a picture of something, why would you bother making a painting of it? Same thing with video. Well, paintings don't move, so why would anybody want to go to an art museum and look at a bunch of still images? Let alone photography or anything else. And painting always seems to kind of stick around. It's almost like the more the technology advances, the more people kind of have a desire or almost like a yearning for something that's handmade. So, personally, I don't really use I don't use AI art. I make my students in college learn how to use ChatGPT to help them, well, at least familiar with how it works. Because I think it's my social responsibility to make people aware of the tools and technology out there, whether they want to use them or not, so they're not afraid of them. I don't know. I'm not too worried. I mean, the other thing is at least at the moment, AI art isn't all that good. I mean, technology is moving very fast, so, saying something like that right now could seem really outdated 2 months from now. It's moving that fast. But, yeah, I don't think AI art is going to put artists out of business. I think the danger is probably more likely with graphic designers, storyboard artists, and animators. I think there's a lot of those kind of roles. Again, people who are working more in the idea creation mode are going to be a little bit harder hit. Because if someone can just type into the computer, give me 50 different logos for a bicycle manufacturing company. Boom. 10 seconds later, you have 50 logos. Right? Whereas you used to pay a graphic designer, you could pay them tens of thousands of dollars to come up with 50 logos, right? So if you can do that for free, well, why would you pay a graphic designer 50 grand to do it for you? Will those 50 different logos be any good? Well, for the most part, AI, is just a algorithm that is creating art based on pre-existing art, right? It has to be trained. And that's a big thing, is like, well, what is it being trained on? Like, whose art is it generating new versions based upon? And it might be choosing really good art that's being fed really good art, but not necessarily. It's not necessarily good art that it's learning from, or art that I personally like. That's why I don't, feel too threatened by it. I'm just like, well. But there are instances where there's other artists and designers who've seen their art being literally ripped off by you know, they were trained how to make art based on their own art, and that would be kind of scary. I wouldn't be too worried about other artists, younger artists, kind of taking stuff that I've done and trying to make things inspired by it. That would be kind of flattering. But a computer that's just cranking out versions of my own art, that would be disturbing for sure. So it's easy for me to say it's not a big deal when it doesn't directly affect me. I know that some of my colleagues at the university who teach in design and things are very alarmed about it. I was talking to, I'm drawing a comic book, and that's something that will be affected for sure. I was talking to a comic book artist at the university I teach. There's another fellow faculty, and they were talking about, why would somebody go buy a comic book when they could just say to the computer, write me I want a 100-page graphic novel about about Darth Vader, but make Darth Vader a woman, and make her a 90-year-old woman with these superpowers. Go. And then it would just crank out the story of Star Wars, but told from the point of view of a 90-year-old Darth Vader, a female Darth Vader, with all the dialogue and everything all done, all the drawings done within a matter of moments. That would be pretty alarming. So, yeah, it's... Pratham says, that is true, but in everything you mentioned, human skill and practice is still required. Everyone can't be a good painter, even if they get mixed paint available easily. That's right. Everyone can't be a good photographer. It needs skill. But in AI, there's no skill at all. It's just text prompts turning into art. Well, sure. Again, you have to know what are the right questions to ask, right? It's same sort of thing with that's what librarians do. They go to school to learn how to research effectively. Most of us don't really know how to get the right answers out of a Google search, but some people train for years on how to use those tools really effectively. It's like if you've ever gone to the library and tried to find something, you're like, I don't know if this exists, right? Go talk to a librarian. That's why they're there. And if you ask them, often they can just sit at the computer, click, 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 and then find, and you're like, oh, man, you made that look so easy. Well, it's like, that's why they spent all those years in college learning how to do it, right? What am I doing here? Trying to... Oh my goodness, that's getting even worse. Yeah, I don't think humans are ever going to be totally replaced. And maybe this will be... At some point, I'll be on trial by my robot overlords, and they'll play this video back and be like, really? You're not being replaced. Okay, well, meet your replacement. AlphaBot073. Yeah, I mean, I just think, like, it's here, it's happening. It's not a hypothetical, so, you know, you have to find a way to work with it rather than against it, because it's not like we're gonna just be able to shut the tap off tomorrow. So, ay, ay, ay. I mean, it's fascinating questions, thinking about artificial intelligence and, you know, what it could be used for or against. I just think we're living in a really interesting. I think people are always living in interesting times, but this just seems like even more interesting, at least for artists particularly. I think really for everybody, it's going to affect everybody. It is affecting everybody. Okay, let's put more. Pratham says, but yes, I do agree with you in saying art always prevails somehow. There's just something about human creativity and emotions that can't be replaced by a robot. Totally. Absolutely. I mean, people are trying as best as they can to figure a way to do it, because it's the financial interest of a lot of people. I mean, you know, if movie studios can figure a way to replace directors and actors, and writers, they will do it, right? Because it's also the things that cost the most amount of money, and that was what a big part of the writers and actors strike was all about, that happened just recently, is that a number of things were happening in which artists were being kind of cloned, and their images were being used without their consent, and that's pretty scary to think a company could make a movie starring you, but you never stepped on the set. You didn't even know what it was. You heard about it just like everybody else. Okay, that might have been a little too thin. It's gonna blow dry. Let's bring that. Oops. Let's bring these back up side by side. Yeah, I mean, just to kind of continue with that, I mean, as much fun as it would be to be able to get a movie or painting created instantly by text command, would you really want to go pay money to go see a movie like that? Like maybe eventually they're going to be really good, but it would be, for me, feel kind of like you're watching somebody else play video games. It would be like, yeah, but I would like, would you want to go watch a whole bunch, like another, like example, like here in Canada, we've got Chuck E. Cheese, which is, I took my daughter there for her birthday. It's like a restaurant that has games for kids, and when I was a kid, they also existed, and they had this like animatronic robot that would of a rat and these other animals who'd come out on stage and perform some songs. And back then it was okay, it looked a little clunky. Today there's videos of it, you can watch it on the internet. It looks terrible. So now they just have sort of like a computer screen showing it, and it's so disappointing. You'd be like, why would, it just looks, it's terrible. So, I mean, even the robot version would be better than just this digital animation on a computer, on a television screen. So for me, that's an example of like, I can't even imagine it being good enough for me to prefer it over anything else. I mean, I remain open to being surprised, and I'm sure over my lifetime, though, it will get pretty wild. But like you said, I think people have that desire to create, and there's a book called The Death Drive. I can't remember who wrote that book. I think it came out in the 1950s, and it's really all about humans' desire to leave a legacy, right? A desire for immortality. And one might argue that's what art is people want to create something that will remain after they die. And so, like, what kind of legacy what would you, without art, what would you pass on to, like, you to say, here's the text prompts that I'm so proud of writing. You'd be like, well, that's super disappointing. Who cares about your text prompts? I can make my own text prompts. It'll be better than your text prompts. I mean, definitely the majority of my colleagues at art school are terrified about artificial intelligence. And generally, the older they are, the more terrified they are of it. But not always. As I said, that comic book artist I was talking about, she's in her 30s. I think some young people find it more terrifying because it's like, what kind of world am I going to inherit from my parents? Like, how on earth will I make a living if all of the traditional jobs and everything goes away? Because, I mean, even myself, I've got maybe, if I'm lucky, another 30 years ahead of me. So it won't be my problem, it'll be my daughter's problem, which terrifies me because I want to try to leave the world in a little bit better place than it is now for her. Okay, I want to do one more. I should blow dry this. Yeah, I like that. Brethren says, hey, look at my text prompt I typed in yesterday. It's so much better than yours. Exactly. Was the music muted there? Just put the music back on. There's always something with this technology stuff. Okay, so now I'm just going to use plain old white. I've got some, so I should show you this. I've got just white right there. I put a little bit of glazing fluid, so it's not full strength, because I don't really, there's not really areas where there is full strength white in this skull, even though it might look like it. I think I'm definitely taking the long way around here. I don't know why. It would have been so much easier had I just painted this all white and just gone, but I decided to start in the middle and then work my way outwards, starting with kind of this peachy color. this light. There's no white on the ground there at all. Breatham says, I'm too over-possessive over my art. I want it to look like a gem, or else I will tear it apart, and this is not a flex. I hate that about me. Have you ever dealt with this? I need advice to get over this. So like being, like, the problem of being a perfectionist. Yeah, that's totally a problem most artists struggle with. Most artists find it really, I think, unless you're a sociopath, unless you're someone like Kanye West, you know, who believe that everything they do is a masterpiece, then I think it's a good thing. That means you're a normal human being who's not crazy. So a big thing that you learn, at least like when you're in art school, the big lesson that you really should learn is perfection is the enemy of art. And it's more important to get things done than to make things perfect, because you'll never achieve perfection. There is nothing a human has ever made that is perfect. Like, what is, I mean, there's nothing. Like, what, I mean, you might say, oh, well, a smartphone is perfect. Well, if so, why would do they need to make a new one every year? Because the technology keeps getting better and better. Right? You might say the Mona Lisa is perfect. Leonardo didn't think that. That's why he worked on it for like 16 years. That's why, I mean, that the person who he supposedly made the painting for did not receive ownership of it because Leonardo wasn't happy enough with it to sell it or give it away, right? So he kept it with him when he moved to France at the very end of his life. Yeah, so there is no, I mean, if you believe in God, then you might believe in the concept of perfection, assuming you believe that God is infallible. But humans aren't perfect, so why would one assume that an imperfect being could create a perfect artwork? Right? So I think the more important lesson is how can I learn to accept my imperfections? Right? How can I take advantage of my imperfections? Right? How can I, if you're a business person, how can I monetize my imperfections, the very thing that some might see as my greatest weakness? How can I transform that into my greatest strength? Right? And I think a big part of like art school is often one learns that the very thing that the thing that generally, I think the thing that we're most embarrassed about is the thing that makes us the most unique. I mean, just think about, you know, like if you get a zits on your face, you're like, oh, I feel I look ugly. I'm not perfect. Right? But sometimes those leave a little later on in your life, little scars on your face that literally make you different than everybody else. You might not feel that they're the best thing about you, but, you know, like Frida Kahlo growing her eyebrows into one eyebrow. You know, still to this day, generally society, Western society, sees that as ugly, right? But she turned it into her trademark. If you want to dress up as Frida Kahlo for Halloween, the first thing you would do is draw an eyebrow, right, the monobrow. And I don't think I've ever heard anybody say Frida Kahlo was ugly. She was a babe. So, I think learning when to move on from an artwork rather than working on it endlessly like this is a pretty good lesson to get. So, yeah, I wouldn't worry so much about being perfect or making perfect artwork. I'm just gonna blow dry this while I think. Like some of my favorite pieces of music, recorded music, often have little glitches to them where the software or before the software recording technology was not great, and there was like little flaws in there. But it's almost like if someone went and fixed that, you'd be like, oh, something's missing. Like that thing that I always used to, oh, what, it's gone. And you're like, oh, well, I guess it sounds good now, but it's missing that little quirk about it that I found so kind of appealing, that the human touch. Okay, I'm doing a lot of chatting. Let's. Well, you know what? Let's do a little bit more white here, and then I gotta get darker on here. I mean, historically, artworks, like, I mean, the whole thing ultimately comes down to, like, both what perfection is and what does it mean to fail. And as I've just said, there's many examples that artists felt were failures turned out to be some of their most impressive artworks. Because artists tend to be the last person to really recognize the potential of what they've got in front of them, because all they can see is the problems. Like a few months ago, I was reading the collected letters of Michelangelo, the artist who painted the Sistine Chapel, considered by a lot of people to be one of the greatest achievements in human history. And yet, Michelangelo, you can read his letters, he's not too happy with the way it's turning. I mean, he thinks he's doing it. It's not like he thinks he's doing it. Well, he actually, at one point, he did actually give up because he thought he was doing a terrible job. And he actually ran away, and the Pope had to send soldiers to go track him down and arrest him and bring him back under threat of, well, not death, but let's just say if you fell afoul of the Pope 500 years ago, you didn't have too many other options afterwards. You might be technically still alive, but if you're an artist, you're probably not going to work ever again. You better think of some other way of feeding yourself. Pratham says, you say moving on from your art is important, but the stream has been going for 5 hours now. Yeah, exactly. Kent says, Pratham, all my paintings have been done in 2 hours or less, and I wonder why my art isn't better. It's the patience. All great artists have 10 plus hours of patience, at least what I see. Pratham says, yeah, you know that? I was just joking around. Well, yeah, I mean, sometimes really great artwork took a lot of time, but there's also examples of artists who made really good art very quickly, whether that be, you know, like some of my favorite Picasso paintings were clearly done in, and you know, maybe a matter of minutes rather than even hours. But generally, like I think you said, there's quality takes time. You know, you can go to McDonald's and get a hamburger in 20 seconds. Is it going to be the best hamburger you've ever had? Probably not. But do you always need to have a really, really delicious... I mean, I think we'd all love to be able to eat, you know, the most healthy food ever. But a lot of us are busy running around trying to get stuff done and have to sort of eat what's most readily accessible. I do think learning to be most efficient with your time is really important. Being efficient is definitely really, really important. And making the best use of your time. And, you know, like with my university students, that's one of the things I'll say is like, I give them time limits for some projects. Because sometimes people will want to spend 40 hours on a drawing. And so I kind of flip it on its head, and I'm like, if you spend 40 hours, if you spend more than the 5 hours I'm asking you to, I'm taking points off. And they're like, what? You're going to punish me for spending too long on this artwork? And I'm like, yeah. Because when you're out there in the world making art, you're a small business, and you gotta, if you're gonna take that long to get anything done, you're not gonna be able to survive. You just know you won't be able to afford to live working that way. You have to be more efficient with your time. You know, they say think smarter, not harder. Right? Which is a cliche, but, you know, it's true. You know what, let's jump to let's go right to some dark, let's do this over here. Everything's kind of starting to dry up and get gummy. Speaking of being more efficient here, let's get even darker. So I'm taking black with glazing fluid, which is going to make that, well, there's a little bit of white that was on my brush before and I was mixing around. But it's mostly black with really dark gray. I'm not going to go black just yet because I want to reserve that option. Okay, let's zoom in even more. bring up the original as well. Kent says, I still loving the art discussions. Yeah, totally. I love talking about art, and because it's really talking about its philosophy in a way, right? I mean, why would anybody do what I'm doing to myself right now unless they were a little bit crazy, right? So it's like, I gotta find some way of justifying the madness. Because otherwise you're like, what am I doing here spending my time doing this? Pratham says, I just finished my 12th. I'm in college now and I've chosen to pick up art as my future, so I'm going to an art college. Do you think this was a good idea, or self-study would have been better? Wow, great question. I think going to art school is a great idea. I loved being in art school. It changed my life. I'm so grateful to having gone to art school, for being able to study with other great people and from other really great artists. Very inspiring. You know, one of the things about being able to go to art school is you're not only, I think the biggest part of art school is also the people that you go to school with, your fellow students. Maybe even more important than your teachers. So I think finding some really interesting people that you can spend time with, and that understand exactly your experience, because they're going through it too. I mean, not exactly, but they're, have the same teachers that they can complain about and all that kind of stuff, is really important. But yeah, I mean, you can learn, because you can learn everything that you can learn at an art school. You can learn by watching YouTube videos like this. I mean, there's certainly plenty of people around the world are teaching themselves how to paint just by watching me and taking my drawing class, and I think that's great. I mean, not everybody can go to art school. Not everybody wants to go to art school. Some people, you know, have families and jobs, and they're, you know, they can't just take 4 years off and go to art school, and so they have to. They, you know, when everybody goes to bed, they tune into these videos and they watch and they learn how to draw, and then maybe they get more and more serious as time goes on, and they decide to maybe take some in-person evening classes or weekend classes, and because they just can't stop drawing, and that's great. But I think what's nice, the main difference between trying to teach yourself something versus working directly with the instructor is you can get feedback. You know, you're with somebody who's watching you change and develop and grow, and can offer insights. They can say, yeah, this is better than what you did last week, but here's where you're regressing or whatever, right? And that's really helpful. Like, I mean, I can try to do as much, that's what, I mean, I try to provide that for people here on my YouTube channel, but you know, I'm not with everybody all the time, and I can't really look at everyone's artwork or even remember everybody's artwork and how things have changed and developed, just because it's just the audience is getting so big, which is I'm not complaining about. But also my brain is only so big too. I've got a pretty small brain, so okay, I'm liking how this is going. I think I need to push my contrast a little bit more. I'm just gonna blow dry this. Okay, I'm gonna paint some little. Oh, I still got that flower. I still got some work ahead of me. Jeez. Okay. Speaking of 5 hours, my goodness. Yeah, 6 hours I've been at this. Okay. What was I gonna say related to your question, problem? I'm telling you, it was going to be the most incredible piece of wisdom that you'd think it was so brilliant you'd want to have it tattooed to your forehead. It was that good. I was. I swear it was genius. Well, if it's a good idea, it'll come back to me eventually. Hopefully in the next 10 minutes and not 40 years later while I'm sitting in a senior's home. Oh! I got the perfect answer for that question. Oh yeah, we're going to do the flower here next. What else? I would say that if you do go to school, you want to, so you want to develop really good friends and friendships. That is really important. I can't stress that enough. I think, developing some strong friendships while you're in school is really a big part of art school. But it's also, I was just talking with a friend the other day, an old friend. We went to art school together, and he was saying, like, man, we both went to art school right out of high school, and he was like, I really wish I had taken like our art history classes more seriously when we were kids, because he's gone back to school, and he's been taking some more art history classes again. And he's like, man, it's just so fascinating now that I'm listening to the lectures rather than falling asleep, or because I'm hungover or something, because we used to go out and party and get drunk all the time together. And it's like, man, it's so interesting. I can't believe all the incredible stuff I missed. And that's definitely true. There's, thinking about all the great teachers that I wasn't really aware of, how lucky I was to be able to spend time with them. And but that's also a part of growing up. We all have to find our own way and make stupid mistakes, and have regrets later on. But I think the main thing is to be focused and dedicated to making as much of the experience as you possibly can, and really listening to feedback from your teachers. Sometimes trying it, and even when you think they're absolutely crazy, just be, okay, sure, whatever, I'll do what you say. I think you're crazy, but I'll do it. And you might find that it was like, wow, I'm so glad I did this. It really taught me all these things. You might be like, that was a waste of time. That person's an idiot. Why? I'm never listening to them again. But that's a part of developing your identity, is learning whose voices you should be listening to, and who's just has nothing to offer you. Life is just one big lesson. I think it's just, as long as you're able to at some point be reflective enough to ask yourself what the lesson you're supposed to be learning is, then I think it's nothing bad, it's all good. Ken says, I already have so many of your words of wisdom tattooed to me. I'm running out of room. Oh, goodness. I shudder to think how regretful some of you would feel about having too many of my words of wisdom on your body. You're showing them off to people like, what does this mean? Well, I was watching this guy on YouTube, and needless to say, I'm not too proud of this one. used to think he was semi-intelligent, and then I came to my senses and realized the guy was absolutely crazy. So now obviously I'm using a much darker, it's not black, although I was trying to get black, but it came out gray because I didn't bother cleaning my brush because I'm a bit impatient. So it's a dark gray, but that's okay. It just means I'm somehow managing to spend an infinite amount of time on this painting. But I enjoy the company, and maybe that's I'm unconsciously taking my time because I enjoy the questions. And I mean, if I'm not doing this, then I have to sit down at the computer for the next few hours and start preparing for my university classes that I have to start teaching next week. And anything I can do to put that off as long as possible. Don't get me wrong, I love teaching, but there's a lot of prep that goes into things, and that's not so fun. So as paint comes off this brush, it's getting darker and darker because there's less and less white that remains on my brush. So these are pretty precise little brush strokes that I'm making, and it would be pretty hard for a beginner to have kind of brush control like this. It's just something that does take time and patience, but you know, it can be done. I mean, not that I'm some kind of genius or anything. It's something that just takes a little bit of time to learn how to be relatively precise with a paintbrush. Okay, this should be pretty close to black that I'm mixing right here. I didn't clean my brush, so there's probably still a little bit of white here, and this glazing fluid does make, you know, it looks white, so it's probably is going to dry darker than it goes on. remember that the original size canvas here is 36 inches, which is literally 3 times the size of the painting that I'm working on right now. I'm working on a 9 by 12 size canvas. So I just say that, no, I mean, so that if you're trying to attempt this painting, this is tricky, getting into these little details. I think it would be great practice if you're a beginner, but I'm just saying, don't beat yourself up if you're like, so many little detail, I must really be terrible. Oh, just time to get better. Work our way up the horn. My horns could be more brown, or pretty red at the moment. So you know what? Well, I'm gonna paint some of these details. Just means I might have to come back over them, but sometimes when I jump around too much, I can lose focus. So let's try to get. And of course, it doesn't have to be perfect. Why am I even? But they do look, well. They look kind of. These right here needs to be more brown. But I think maybe other parts of it. Okay, let's go to the other side. Okay, let's, what should I do here? Kind of digging the way that skull looks at the moment. Maybe not, I mean, it's a little bit, doesn't have quite some of the yellow. I could put that back. Kind of like how it looks. So, I think I am, let's go down, okay, actually, let's do... I'm getting pretty close, and there's other little things I could fiddle with endlessly, but I want to go down to the back to the ground and put in the trees that are missing there. I think that's necessary, because I could, if I had to walk away from the skull right now, I think I could probably do that and feel okay. Pratham says, thanks for the advice. I'm currently in the 7th episode of your 40-episode drawing series. I hope to get at least a little bit better by the end. Awesome. Or I think it's the drawing series. I might have added that. You could be the paint, because the painting class is 40 episodes. The drawing class is 45? I don't know. It's 40. Anyway. So... I want to move on, paint these little trees down there in the bottom, and, yeah, okay. I'm a little scattered there. So, I get a little delirious after 6.5 hours of painting, and, you know. I was talking to a student of mine the other day whose father is an optometrist, and said, what did she say it was? Every 20 minutes... you should look 200 meters away when you're working on the computer, so that because my eyes get crossed when I'm doing this, and it's probably affecting my vision long term. Okay, trees. Let's stay on the line here. Okay, so what color are these trees? These looks, I think this is a cool blue. It's definitely cool blue. But it could also, it's cool blue. Is it warm yellow or cool yellow? So let's do an experiment here. Oh, I need some more cool blue. Let's do that. On. So let's take our cool blue. Where should we do this? Let's do them right here. We'll take 2 bits of cool blue. Let's start with our cool yellow. I think there's 2 ways we can go about this. We can get cool yellow and cool blue. In fact, let's take a bit more. And then we could add gray to that color. So let's just do that very thing. So that's pretty close. So that's option A. Let's see what would happen, however, if we took our cool blue and warm yellow. Okay, that's the fully saturated version. And then once again, we're going to take some gray and mix this. In there. It does seem like it is the cooler one. But there's also not as much gray. Well, technically, the cool colors are going to want to recede a little bit further back. It's not a big deal. It's just, where do I want? I think I'm going to use a little combination of both. I'm going to use the cooler green for the. Oops, let's come right here. I'm going to use the cooler green for maybe some of the bushes on the hills, and then I'm going to use some warmer green for the ones a little bit closer to us. Okay, so let's use this cooler green. You know what, I'm going to paint, I'm going to use it all over, and then I'm going to add some of the warmer green over top of it. If I even feel I need to by the end of this. I might just be happy with this color. We'll see once I get all the way across. I mean, I was actually thinking it would be a little bit warmer. So I'm glad I did this mixture. I mean, I'd much rather be proved wrong or prove myself wrong and be able to make that change rather than just stubbornly go ahead and not bother testing my theory and then regret it. Like, it's not like it took me much longer to oops, I think we're already in the right place. It didn't take much longer for me to mix those two colors and see them side by side. And sometimes, you know, this initial mixture when I did it, I was like, well, I think it's okay, but... And then you see what the other possibilities are like, okay, well, okay, maybe definitely not that. Okay. Like one of my assignments that I get my students to do, art school assignments, I used to do, I haven't done it in a while, but I was thinking about maybe bringing it back, was we would go through, there's a book called The Art Book, which is this big, thick book with big pictures by all of these Western artists, you know, like all the artists you'd expect, Michelangelo, Picasso, Matisse, Van Gogh, and it's got one page for each artist. And then, so we would go through it, and I'd have the students very quickly write down the names of artists they like and artists they dislike. And then, as a way of trying to discover, because later on, after we would do that whole thing, then I'd ask them to kind of write down, like, what are some of the things, the general observations that we can make about our own sense of taste. Like, do you find you really like abstract paintings, or realistic paintings of dogs, or realistic paintings of cats? What are some of the main kind of things that just keep resurfacing again and again and again? And so sometimes I think it's easier to determine what we like by starting with, like, what don't I like? What are the things that drive me, that I hate? The art that I find disgusting. The funniest thing is I did that. This is something I don't know. I think I just taught myself how to do, and I would write these notes, and then I would kind of every few years I would go back and do that project on my own. Again, this was when I was in graduate school, and the weirdest thing is that every year, and then I would compare my results, and every year, sometimes there'd be artists that would jump from the one side of the ledger to the other. I'd say, oh, I hate this artist, and then 2 years later I would look at, like, wait, this is my favorite artist now. What? I used to hate them and despise, like, what? How did that happen? How did they? I don't remember any time when and so, yeah. Okay, so let's look at how this looks now. Probably could have darkened the ground too. It's very orangey. This whole painting is very orangey, but I guess it's very deserty, right? Some of these brushes before they're just sitting there drying away. That's looking okay. What should we? Yeah, well, let's. Actually, I should blow dry this real quick. So let's get this other green that I mixed, this little bit warmer green. I'm just going to put, I guess I should probably zoom in a little bit here. So I'm just going to put this on some of the closer bushes. Which should create a sense of depth. It should make those bushes feel just a little bit closer to us. tell me if you notice that effect at all. So notice I'm not putting any of this on the trees that are bushes or whatever these are that are further away. Right? It's just the things closest to me, the viewer. I think that's good. I actually want to do just a few more little dabs of it here and there. If I try putting this wet paint on top, I'm not going to be able to build that up. So I want to blow dry this again and then quickly paint that a second. Pratham says, I may have a scenery in mind I want to draw, so I make a rough layout or sketch for it, but oftentimes I detract a little bit from my layout because maybe it's tough or I found a better idea. Is this fine or shall I change my habit? Well, if I understand what you're saying, it's like you're working on an artwork. You have an idea in mind, and you just try to draw it, but it starts to change a little bit as you work on it, and it's not quite turning out the way you want it or expect, or maybe you're not happy with it, and you keep fussing with it, trying to make it get closer to what you want. Which I think is totally fine. That sounds... Well, I mean, I think that sounds like an artist. You know, you got something in mind, like, it's not... it can't, why is this... Why can't I do it? What... It's missing something. What is it missing? Oh. That's what all artists are like. So I think being an artist can be really frustrating because it never turns out exactly the way you want, and there's always some kind of compromise, either way, because it's a lack of skill or materials or money. It never quite comes out the way you want it to. But again, I think part of being an artist is learning to just be like, you know what? We did our best. It's maybe not exactly the way I wanted, but I can live with it. I think it's going to be okay. Again, I think one of the reasons why we obsess about it is because I think we have this, at least in the West, really this very dangerous idea that perfection is even possible. And because we think it's possible, we start to expect it from ourselves, and we think, well, I should be able to do this if I just focus hard enough, I will be able to create something perfect. like, I mean, I don't know. I defy anybody to tell me a single thing that anyone has ever done that is perfect. I mean, you and I might look at it and be like, wow, it's perfect just the way it is. It's amazing. But does that mean it's perfect, right? Like, what would that even mean? Like, one of my favorite concepts is... maybe just quickly what... Pratham says, the way you talk about it, it feels like many issues I have with me as an artist are common. I thought I was alone. Not good enough. No, every artist is convinced they're not good enough. That is 100% typical of every artist, right? Every artist feels like, if I only... I hope no... everyone... That's the idea of the fear of being discovered as a fraud, right? A very common thing for artists is like, oh, I'm a fake. One day, people are going to realize that I'm not talented at all, and I'm not good, and people are going to laugh at me, and I'm going to be so embarrassed. It's like the king, just standing on a stage and realize, oh, I'm naked. Why did I forget to put my clothes on? How could I come to school without my clothes? What was I thinking? Right? Every artist is like that. Sometimes I feel that way as a teacher. I'm like, oh man, one day people are going to realize I don't know what I'm talking about. I think there's already a few people who have already figured that out. So I think welcome to the club. I think one of the reasons why artists keep making art, it's just two. One is that I think you have to have a certain amount of ego as an artist, right? To kind of feel like, well, yeah, it's not perfect, but it's better than that stuff over there. There's so much that whole movement, that whole style, they're terrible. I got to do something to counteract it. So there's a part of every artist that has some ego that thinks the world could be better if only they could figure out the right way of creating that thing they have in mind. But they probably notice, like, no one's really doing a good job, so I've got to step in there and do it for these people. Because yeah, they don't feel like there's the right solution exists. Wow, that still looks... So hers is even more lemon yellow. This is my cool yellow right out of the tube. And it looks warmer than what we've got on screen. So that tells me that I might need to even put a little bit of white in here. In fact, let's do a bit of that. I'm not sure what I'm doing right now. I'm just sort of spreading this paint around. Let's, I'm going to blow dry this and then make a green that I'll paint on top of that. Crahses says, you have a very good sense of humor. I thank you very much. Ari says, I love waking up to you still painting for my breakfast. Oh, thank you, Ari. Well, I hope you had a good sleep and feel rested to tackle another day. Off to the salt mines we go. I'm taking my cool yellow and cool blue. Now again, I didn't clean my brush, so it looks like it's a little bit, there's a bit of white in here. I don't think that's going to be a problem, because I think the original, there's a little bit of white in there as well. Pow, that's bright. Oh, I just realized, okay, so there's that circle, kind of a purple and orange circle kind of in there. Okay, now that makes sense. Okay. Now that I see it, it's like super obvious, but obviously I didn't see it before. I mean, man, that's, you know, making a painting, especially when you spend this long on something, all of a sudden you see things that you didn't see the first 7 hours. You know, you're like, oh, how could, you know, and then you can't unsee it, and you're like, phew. Yeah, I probably should have put a bit of white in there. That is a little bright. A little too green. We'll keep it in there for now. I think while that's there, I gotta clean my brush. What should be bad? Let's make a little purple. Haven't really used purple. Take my warm blue and cool red. Here's my purple. Here's my white. Do I dare just putting that? You know what? Let's take a bit of gray. Yeah, let's take a bit of this. Let's take a bit of gray. I was gonna put it right in there, full power, but I think we want to be a bit more muted. Well, let's think, well, might be okay. So it's pretty subtle, which is good. I'm glad I put a little bit of white in there. I think that would have been a little crazy had I not. What else was I gonna do here that orange, I guess. For that I could get a blow dry. Okay, let's, oh yeah, there's that color. So let's take some white. I'm going to bring some white into this green. I'm just going to go back over top of a little bit of this. That just quietens it a bit. Okay. I'm going to go back to my gray. Now that I have a better idea what I was trying to do here. It's a little bit too dark. So I'm just going to dilute it with some more glazing fluid. Super subtle. Maybe I just need a little bit more paint back into here. Pratham says, is drawing from reference a good thing in the long term, or is it fine? Or is it a bad thing? Oh, that's absolutely draw from a reference. Yeah, no problem with that at all. I mean, assuming you're meaning like a photograph or another painting by somebody else. Yeah. I mean, some people would say, oh, because the opposite of that, of saying no, is that the idea is that an artist should learn to draw directly from life, and that a reference material is just a crutch that a lazy artist uses. That's what that is. That's a story that artists like to to tell in order to make people like their art more, and make it seem like art is impossible to do except for really a few small perfect people. Because it makes their art sound more valuable. Hopefully I got that thing muted just in time. Whew, that was a crazy sneeze. It just snuck right up on me. Maybe while I got this black on my brush, I'm going to go back to my hills. And where was my black? Down here. I'm going to put a little bit of black in them hills. These hills need some black paint. Let's put some black paint on them hills, boys. Yeah, I think learning to draw directly from life is a useful skill for most artists. I think should at least attempt to do that. But if it's not, there's plenty of artists who can't do that at all, and are millionaires many times over. I guess I should kind of look at what she's done here. Probably I could use the little brush just to kind of dab this paint around so it's not quite so solid of blobs. I'll just soften those brush strokes down just a little bit. Incorporate them into the rest of these details a little bit more. So I'm just taking black and I'm adding way more glazing fluid to it, as opposed to putting a bunch of white in there. Okay, maybe that's too much. I don't want to be necessarily using a lot of gray. I just want like a very light, semi-transparent black. And there's a difference between, transparent black and gray. Transparent black has no white in it. Which I don't know, again, sounds pretty straightforward, but adding that white to a gray is going to making it a semi-transparent black is still going to kind of come forward, whereas semi-transparent or even more opaque gray is going to want to recede backwards. I'm going to blow dry this. It's definitely way more red and less brown. I could easily put more brown in there, but the question is, do I really want to? Taking my warm yellow and warm blue, making a green here. Let's take a little bit of gray. And let's go to a bigger brush here. Wow, that makes a huge difference. Hey, a little bit of green. Ooh, just wakes up that whole desert scape. Again, we're not that we're expecting the desert to have really lush green rolling hills, but I love how that looks. I have to be careful not to overdo it here. That's the thing, because otherwise it's going to look less like a desert scape and more like some foothills, in central, like Canada, like where I'm actually originally from, which has these kind of greenish rolling hills. Oh, I want to do a little bit more. I like this effect a lot, actually. Maybe just a little. Gotta show some restraint. Show some restraint here. Okay, I'm going to mix a little bit of brown, I think. So let's take that same color, take some of my warm red, mix a brown in here. Maybe I should put a bit more brown back into a few places. I really should have blow dried all of this, so you tell me when we'd hit the when things inevitably start going wrong here. You can say, I told you, or you told yourself, Michael. You have to. Okay. Oh, I'm still all the way zoomed out. Let's take a bit more of this brown. Adding a bit more warm yellow into this brown. Okay, so this is basically a brown or yellow dominant brown. I'm adding some glazing fluid to it to thin it was going to do. You know what? I was going to go to finishing touches, but that might just make me prolong this a little bit longer. Do a little orange bit inside there. Okay. Where's my white? Okay, here's some white. First, gonna just put a bit of let's blow dry this. Let's see here. So I see in the center, or close to, a little slightly off center there, a kind of bit of an orange. My brush I want to use has been sitting there covered in paint for a little while, and I should have washed it and had it ready to use. Okay. Maybe we can even just get away with warm yellow. I think if I put that warm yellow there all by itself, it's going to be a bit loud. Oops. Let's add some white to it. Maybe it does need to be more opaque. little bit bright, but you know what? I think that's gonna be okay. Can I get? Is that okay? Is it okay? Let's see. No, I'm not sure. Those last few brush strokes, if that's a path I want to go down there. But I think a little bit of yellow is not bad in there. Let me just see. Even though this isn't here, I just feel I need to put a bit more. If I'm going to leave that yellow like that, I need to balance this with more yellow elsewhere. Let's look at that skull again. Right on camera. Story of my life. I think I need to blow dry that. Okay, this needs to be a bit more peachy colored. So let's take our cool, warm yellow, warm red. Where's our white? There's our white. Get that peachy color there. And now I'll paint a bit with my peachy color. I don't know if I want to darken it more than that. I think that might be okay like that. Again, my painting is different than the original, but that's not a bad thing. Now I have to look at my painting and be like, okay, well, yeah, it's not the same, Ooh, but do I want to do that on mine? Is it going to make it better? Okay. Let's Pratham says, "Wow, this looks incredible. Thank you, my friend." Okay, we have reached that part of the episode here, about 7.5 hours later. So let's take a quick look at how these two paintings fared side by side. Just before we do so, just encourage you to like, subscribe, hit the notification bell. About 60% of people who watch these videos are not subscribers, so that would be helpful. If you want to support the channel with a small donation, consider using the PayPal link down below in the video description. I think it's the second link or something. $1, $5 would be super appreciated. It helps keep all the lights on and pays for the internet and all that kind of stuff, all the electronics that seem to break down every few years. So that would be helpful. And so let's take a look at these paintings side by side. There's the original by the master herself. And there's my version. Okay, so a few things that are apparent. My colors are brighter, more red and orangey than hers. That's immediately true. And as I look at that, it makes me think, well, my clouds, are very gray. They could have been, maybe should have been a bit more purple. But obviously I'm not going to I mean, I could. It wouldn't take very long to glaze some purple back over top of that. But I don't mind. When I look at them side by side, obviously all I can see is the things, I wish I did. Oh, this should be done. Oh, no, that's not good enough. But then I look at mine. I just tilt my head down and look at my painting. I'm like, that looks pretty cool. I like it how it looks. And so it's a good lesson for me or maybe other people watching. Doesn't have to be perfect. Good enough is perfect. Let's see. Okay, let's there's AMD Abdullah chiming in saying it's been a while. It sure has, my friend. Great to see you in the chat there again. That's cool. Yeah. So we'll start here in the top left corner of the painting. As I said, now that I see it, it does look like it could be way more purple. But for 4 hours of painting, I did not see that until now. Why is that now more apparent? Well, maybe now that I got this red in here, it starts bringing out, the red and the brown. It makes it more plain that this is gray and is a little bit lacking in that purple. Yeah, it wouldn't be too much to try to make that change, but I don't mind it as it is. Yeah, it's different, but not bad. As for the left horn here, you could certainly see where I've kind of made some deviations from the original. I remember when I was painting this little, she's got the same thing here, and I painted it, and immediately to me just looked like, oh, on mine it looks like a mistake because it's so small. It looks like I couldn't draw or paint a straight line. So I went in and added this little bit of a black mark to it, like almost like a broken piece of the horn. Because I want people to know that with something like that, it's deliberate and not just a mistake. Let's go... well, actually, let's stay up in the sky. We'll do one thing all together here. Let's go... maybe we'll look at the sky in the middle. That's good. Again, I see a lot very lavendery colors there that I didn't do. But that could be for somebody else who wants to do this painting. But you'd just want to be careful, like, I mean, you really would want to be very subtle on that. Otherwise, it's going to look really strange, that really purple sky. It has to be almost imperceptible until you're doing something like this. What do I see up here? Obviously, you can see where I really changed the sky. I added this extra... well, you can't even really see it on here. Basically, I added an extra ripple in the clouds right there where there isn't one. And I tried to define these clouds a little bit more. I think it's because the original painting's a little bit more square, and I photoshopped in this whole thing on the left. And so that's probably explains what's happening over here. So it's a little bit more ambiguous, and so I've tried to kind of... I had to kind of do something there to help that area. Okay. Let's go down to the bottom of the painting here. I added a little bit of this cool blue about halfway through the painting to bring a bit of the sky color back in here, and that was pretty subtle. I mean, that's a very thin glaze of cool blue, and it feels, you know, it's on camera it feels pretty bold. In person, a little bit less so, but let's look a little bit at the ground down there. That works. You can see where, you know, there's this, on hers there's a bit more gray. Mine, there's basically warm red over top of warm yellow, and it's fairly bright, which means that tree really pops there. Comes out really bright. Because it's against, so I don't know, I don't mind that though. It definitely makes it more noticeable than it would otherwise be. It's maybe a little bit more subtle in hers. Let's go on there. Right, there's the edge of the painting. Again, because I have that, you know, a little bit more space all the way around the entire painting from my initial outline. I put in a few little bushes where there weren't any. I put this one right down there on the bottom that's sort of going off the canvas, because otherwise everything would be too neatly contained. That same sort of thing with this little bush coming in off the side. Those little hints like that just suggest to the viewer that the painting, that the landscape expands beyond the edge of the painting, that it's not entirely self-contained. And no, I mean, well, that's clearly, obviously, the landscape goes off, but still, you know, it's important, I think, to touch the edge. In painting, artists often talk about the edge and dealing with the edge and how far should you go to the edge, and should a shape touch one edge, or if it touches one, should then there at least be two or three, or maybe not all four. You get all sorts of things like that. Pratham says, I have to hop off now. I'm going to continue the tutorial series now. I'm literally jumping from this stream to another one of your older streams. That is so cool, my friend. It's been great. Bye. Have a great night, Pratham. Thanks for keeping me company. And then we're just going to end right here on the skull itself. You know, right near the end, and maybe it was a little bit ill-advised to start putting some of that warm yellow back onto the skull. I think it's okay, but I did feel then I had to kind of put a little bit more yellow up there to balance it. Yeah, I mean, I can certainly live with it. The hollyhock flower too, maybe my black lines were a little bit too bold. a little bit more, obviously way more subtle in her painting. But then again, she was also a master at painting flowers, right? So, yeah, you can really see how much brighter of orangey red the hill is, and these horns when we're really close up like that, even in the eye sockets. But, you know, I also kind of like more saturated colors anyway. So that just tends to be my own personal habit in the way that I paint. Okay, everyone, thanks so much for sticking around painting with me once again. And there might be... I'll have to look at the schedule. Yeah, I don't want to promise anything. Okay, everybody, have a great night, and we'll see you again very soon. Thank you, everybody. Take care. Bye-bye.